Please be seated. Honourable members, the first item on the order paper is a debate on an urgent matter of national public importance in terms of Rule 130 in the name of Mr. J.S. Malema on the decision by the United States government to halt aid to South Africa and the response thereto. I now recognise the Honourable Malema.
Deputy Speaker, on the 20th of September 2001, former President of United States of America, George Bush, declared what became known as the War on Terror on Iraq and Afghanistan, stating that, I quote, "It will not end until every terrorist group of global reach has been found, stopped, and defeated." What followed was a massive disinformation campaign to justify the 2003 invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan under the pretext of locating and destroying weapons of mass destruction. Decades later, no such weapons were ever found. This invasion was about minerals and oil reserves, not weapons of mass destruction. Iraq and Afghanistan have never recovered. Cuba, Libya, Venezuela, and Chile are examples of nations that have suffered from U.S. interventions because of their socialist policies, justified by false intelligence to advance imperialism. Cuba has endured decades of sanctions for nationalization of strategic sectors of the economy, supporting African liberation and socialism, while Libya was destroyed because Gaddafi rejected U.S. dominance. We raise these historical facts because history must guide us in everything we do. When Donald Trump declares that, I open quote, bad things are happening in South Africa without evidence, we must not assume that the U.S.A. is misinformed. Instead, we must question the real intention behind such statement. After Trump's remarks, the U.S. froze foreign aid globally under the pretext of assessing alignment with the policy outlook. For South Africa, this meant PEPFAR funding of HIV/AIDS response was under threat. On 26 February 2025, the freeze became permanent, terminating funding indefinitely. The U.S. aggression towards South Africa is nothing more than Israel's revenge for our moral stance in support of Palestine. Meanwhile, some of us have been labeled international criminals, a designation used before the West assassinates those who opposed its agenda. Before invading the nations, the U.S. always fabricates human rights violation to justify intervention. Today, same tactics are being used against South Africa. The growing calls by right-wing groups for foreign funding to establish independent states and to be armed by foreign interest must be recognized as part of a broader plan. This is the early stage of economic isolation, leading ultimately to military intervention. Next, AGOA will be terminated, escalating tensions between U.S.A. and South Africa. Our government must dismiss opportunistic African and racist groups exploiting U.S. imperialism to fund their racist fantasies of an independent state. That will never happen. We will expropriate land without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refuge in America. Deputy Speaker, Trump and the U.S.A. are not demonstrating strength. The U.S.A. is merely displaying an advanced stage of capitalism, which is imperialism. Trump engages in transactional and manipulative relationships with the world like it is his backyard. The hostility towards South Africa does not come from fraudulent boers spreading disinformation, but from America's imperialist agenda. The U.S.A., home of the world's most sophisticated intelligence agencies, agencies that fabricate evidence to justify their invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, and orchestrated the assassination of Muammar Gaddafi, Patrice Lumumba, Martin Luther King Jr., and Malcolm X, cannot now claim to be victims of disinformation from a minor racist group based in Orania. The U.S.A. has openly embraced the golden age of imperialism, extending its power through threats and the prevention and termination of foreign aid. In response, our government foolishly seeks to explain our policies to a maniacal president as if the U.S.A. were a victim of misinformation. The U.S.A. knows exactly what it's doing and why it is doing it. At a Goldman Sachs event of the 27th of February 2025, South Africa President Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa stated, I quote, "Trump got the wrong end of the stick of the country's land policies. I completely reject this notion. The U.S.A., home of Elon Musk's platform, X platform, Jeff Bezos' Amazon, Facebook, Google, Tesla, Starlink, and Silicon Valley, the global hub of data collection, cannot claim to be misinformed. They are the greatest perpetrators of disinformation. The U.S.A. is the greatest perpetrator of disinformation. It is now using its own falsehood as justification to attack South Africa. This government refused to acknowledge the real issues. We are being punished for supporting Palestine against apartheid Israel, nothing else. The U.S.A. does not believe there is a white genocide or land grabs in South Africa. These lies are useful tools to justify economic aggression and seek to weaken our moral authority to condemn Israel's genocide. Foreign aid has always been a tool for Western imperialism and control. It must end with South Africa. We must expand our trade and strengthen relationship with China, India, Russia, Brazil, and Singapore, while emphasizing African unity. The U.S.A. is on a full mission to extort the world into submission, and as a result will become increasingly isolated. Our sovereignty, security, and economic prosperity on rejecting the American Golden Age, a project of imperialism. The world must move forward without the U.S.A. if true progress is to be achieved. We are not the puppets of the U.S.A. We will never be bullied by Donald Trump and his friends. South Africa remains an independent state, which is not handled by the U.S.A. The majority of South Africans love their whites. They worship them everywhere they go. Why will they kill them? They always seek white validation and affirmation of whiteness. It is a black talent. It is a black talent. It is not a black talent until white people say so. If it is a black skill or innovation, it is not until white say so. If it is black quality product, it will have to pass many hands before they endorse this product. Any political party without white endorsement will never receive any electoral support and financial support until white establishment says so. Like the Cuban people will never give up on our freedom against American imperialism. We must unashamedly continue to stand with Palestine and Russia. We are product of international solidarity. We are Palestinians and they are Africans. We will die shoulder by shoulder with Palestinian people. We will be buried next to their graves because no amount of American bullying and financial dictatorship will separate us. Not even death will succeed. From the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free. We are not product of land theft or genocide. We are not grabbing any land, but claiming what rightfully belongs to us. We are not engaged in what genocide. Instead, we are coexisting with our white murderers. Whatever it takes, this land shall be expropriated and will be returned to its rightful owners. Victory is certain. Hasta la victoria siempre.
I now invite the Honourable the Minister of Health. The Minister of Health. Minister of Health.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Member of the House, the initiator of the motion, Honorable Julius Malema. Honorable Deputy Speaker, today's debate is about the decision of the U.S. government to halt aid to South Africa and the response thereto. I assume, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that most of the response are expected from me, being the minister who is in charge of health at this present moment, the hardest hit sector in Trump's announcement. I'm going to try my best to take you through this whole saga so that you understand it, because I need to share information with you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, to put this debate into perspective, it will be important to outline to this House the temporal sequence of events. As we all know, President Donald Trump resumed office on the 20th of January 2025 and immediately signed far-reaching executive orders to stop PEPFAR funding to the whole world. PEPFAR, or the President's Emergency Program for AIDS Relief, was initiated by President George Bush Jr. in 2003 and has enjoyed broad bipartisan support in the U.S. That means it was supported by both the Republicans and the Democrats alike. Now, what is the PEPFAR's involvement in our country? South Africa has an estimated 7.8 million people who are infected with HIV. Out of the 7.8 million, a total of 5.5 million are on antiretroviral treatment. Out of the 52 districts in our country, PEPFAR selected 27 high-burden districts to operate there, and these districts are found in only 8 provinces. There is no high-burden district in the whole of Northern Cape province. Of the 27 districts, 7 are in KZN, 5 in Eastern Cape, 4 in Gauteng, including all their 3 metros, 3 each in Northwest and Mpumalanga, 2 each in Limpopo and the Free State, and 1 in the Western Cape, which unfortunately is the metro itself that represents close to 60% of the population of Western Cape. These 27 districts have 271,606 staff working on HIV, AIDS, and TB and STIs. Please note that these diseases are still happening in all the 52 districts. Only that PEPFAR is not involved in 25 of our districts. Of the 271,606 staff members, 256,452 are paid for from our own fiscals. This leaves us with 15,154 people in those districts who are paid for by PEPFAR, and these are the persons of concern in this saga. PEPFAR funds these people through a myriad of NGOs and academics as well as health institutions. All in all, there are 150 NGOs who depend on PEPFAR. 39 of them are principal implementing agent, and the remaining are subcontracted to the 39. ARV acquisition. I want to make it clear to the House that our own government buys ARVs to the tune of 90% of all the needed ARVs. We buy them. The remaining 10% is paid for by Global Fund, which was also established 2 decades ago to fight HIV, AIDS, and malaria in the whole world. And coincidentally, our own Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Pasha, is a member of the International Board of this Global Fund. He was appointed last year. So PEPFAR funds only salaries and operational costs. ARVs are bought by us and the Global Fund. Where are we in the battle against HIV? I'm sure you are well versed with the concept of 95-95-95, which was developed by U.S.A, which said if in any country 95% of the people know their HIV status, if those who test positive, 95% of them are put on ARVs, and if 95% of all those who are on ARVs are virally suppressed, it means you can no longer detect HIV/AIDS in their blood. When you reach that status, you are said to have eliminated HIV/AIDS as a public health threat. Not that you have eradicated it, but you have eliminated it. And we all want to be there. Now, where are we in this 95-95-95 in South Africa? We are at 96, 79, and 94. It means the first 95 we have exceeded it. Our problem is on the middle 95. We are still at 79, meaning there are still people who are HIV positive who are not on ARVs. On the 25th of February, at Lillian Ngoyi Health Center and Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, we launched a huge program to find an additional 1.1 million people who must be put on ARVs, and we must find that number by the end of November this year. This is the last mile of the journey in the fight against HIV and AIDS. We dare not falter. Come Trump or high waters, we should not falter. I don't want South Africans rather to undermine the progress we've made in the fight against this scourge. And I will tell you that in the last 15 years, since we launched this world's biggest counseling, testing and treatment campaign, this is what we have achieved. We have reduced death by HIV by 51%. And in the instance, we raised life expectancy from 53 years in 2010 to 63 years in 2020. In a decade, we raised life expectancy of South Africans by 10 years. This is unprecedented, prompting one of our own global scientist, Professor Salim Karim, to say this is only equivalent to abolition of slavery. We reduced mother-to-child transmission from 0.86 to 0.39 between 2019 and 2024. Our maternal mortality, which is a global indicator of progress, was 249 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births by 2010. We have reduced it to 86 by 2020. This is tremendous achievement, but COVID-19 came to trouble us, and we went down up to 120. We are now back in 2024 to 109. Now you can see this is a massive achievement. In 2010, a total of 25,858 babies were born HIV positive. This is called mother-to-child transmission. By 2020, we had dramatically reduced it to 7,640. That's a whooping 70% reduction in mother-to-child transmission. In 2015, we reduced TB by 56%, the instance of TB. Now, this achievement, honorable members, did not roll in on wheels of inevitability. We had to work hard on them. And I want to beg you that don't let it slip back. Don't allow South Africa to go back where it was. And I believe this debate, Honorable Malema, is to try and find a way to achieve that. We have redeployed staff in our provinces to areas of high burden. We have initiated task shifting. We encourage as many patients as possible to take their drugs for 3 months rather than 1 month. We even want to increase it to 6 months. In the meantime, we've met many funders: the Child Clinton Health Access Initiative, Elmer Foundation, Gates Foundation, Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office of the UK, our own First Rand, the trustees of Solidarity Fund, not the solidarity that ran to Trump, but the Solidarity Fund established during COVID. I want to emphasize to you that there is no government or funder in the world that has put money aside waiting for time to explode. That's why we meet them, but none of them will say, I give you this much. Now, I believe then Trump doesn't owe us any cent. Trump doesn't owe South Africa any cent whatsoever. And for that reason, we need to stand on our own. We must not waste this crisis. For that reason, Honorable Malema, I am challenging this House. Can we call a debate, to come and debate in this House? Why? All of us here, including all well-to-do South Africans who are on medical aid, why are we still getting heavy subsidies to stay on private medical aid? Is it fair? Should we be doing that during this difficult moment? In my language, the literal translation means, during tough times, children of the same mother can survive by sharing a head of a locust. So, Akpare Malema, allow me to put it in Afrikaans to you. I know you and me don't know anything about Afrikaans, but I learned a little bit of it in Tutulwane. Mag ons voortgaan.
Honorable
Mag
Minister.
ons voortgaan. En hierdie self al dinge so sleg is. Dit moet nie 'n kwessie van wie die kragtig is nie. Dit moet 'n kwessie van as ons saam met die armes or praat ons net. Honorable Speaker, I hope that we did not call this session just to bash Trump. It won't help, believe you me. We are on our own, and for that reason, I am concluding by saying, please, let's call a session. Should me and you and all the well-to-do South Africans paid for by the state, should we keep on dragging heavy subsidies to stay on private medical aid? Or should we do something about it? This calls for a debate. I hope Action South Africa among the parties will support this call.
Minister, your time has
because
expired.
one of their members, Dr. Letape, as the president of
Honorable
Health Professions
Minister,
Council,
your time has
used
expired.
to support this call. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Douglas.
Greetings to everybody. I greet you all in the name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members of Parliament, the people of South Africa and the international community. The United States administration's recent decision to suspend aid to South Africa, citing our sovereign stance on land reform and our legal challenge taking Israel to the ICJ where they were found guilty of genocide, is not just an economic decision. It is an act of political and economic coercion that threatens the lives and livelihoods of millions of South Africans and people around the world. Let us be clear, this is economic warfare and unethical medical blackmail, an attempt to strong-arm us into submission because we dare to stand for justice, for land reform, and for restoring the dignity of the oppressed. This is not about aid, it is about power, control by a minority of racist landowners and beneficiaries of colonialism and apartheid over our land and resources, and whether South Africa has the right to determine its own future without external influence. Yet, despite this provocation, let me make one thing abundantly clear. South Africa and the Umkhonto we Sizwe party and our party president Jacob Zuma are not America's enemy. Under President Zuma's presidency, America and South Africa enjoyed good, stable trade and diplomatic relations. We seek trade, partnership and mutual prosperity. We are not anti-West, we are not anti-white, nor do we have hostility towards Europe, China, Russia, the Middle East or Latin America, because this country and MK is non-aligned. And we will stay non-aligned and we will put the interests of South Africans first. We are a nation of Ubuntu, a people who believe in peace, in unity and justice. But our respect must be reciprocated. True partnership is built on equality, not threats. The US has historically been one of South Africa's key partners in health and development, sure, particularly through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief and U.S.A. programs. But now, with the stroke of a pen, millions of lives have been put at risk. Consider the consequences of this decision. Over 7 million South Africans live with HIV/AIDS, and PEPFAR has provided life-saving treatment to over 5.5 million, many of whom now face an uncertain future. Rural hospitals, clinics, and community healthcare programs rely on American assistance for vital resources like antiretroviral drugs and maternal healthcare services. Thousands of healthcare jobs, nurses, social workers, and outreach teams face immediate termination, collapsing entire health infrastructures. But this cannot be blamed on America. This must be blamed completely on the shoulders of South Africa. South Africa should not have to hire people and use American funding to pay our healthcare workers. We must take the land back and must take the resources back and utilize it to free our people and get more people to help our people. Who will suffer the most? Not politicians, not corporations, but the poorest of the poor, the sick, the landless, the voiceless, the very people South Africa is trying to uplift through its land reform agenda. Let us speak truth to power. This crisis is not happening in isolation. It is the direct result of treasonous elements within our borders, like AfriForum and Solidarity, and people like Rob Hersov, who are all spoiled, rich Nepo babies and beneficiaries of apartheid and colonialism, who have actively lobbied successfully to harm their own country, leading to the loss of life of South African citizens. This will not be tolerated, and it cannot go unpunished. These organizations and individuals lie to the West, portraying land reform as white genocide to the US Congress, pushing a false narrative to justify America's economic aggression. This is an act of treason. But let's deal in facts, not propaganda. White South Africans own 72% of all private farmland, despite only being 7% of the population. 87% of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange is still controlled by the same corporate elites who thrived under apartheid and benefited from colonialism and land grabs without compensation to the indigenous people. More than 60% of South Africa's natural resources, mines, and industries remain under the control of the same colonial beneficiaries who now claim to be victims, and the rest are shared with political connected Nepo beneficiaries, not the average South African everyday people. And now these very racist Afrikaner and British descendants living amongst us as South Africans who have stolen our land, stolen our future, stolen our wealth, and put us in labor camps called townships and kept us there while they go around the world bad-mouthing us. They must be called to book. This is not just hypocrisy, it's a betrayal of the lived reality of all South Africans regardless of race. AfriForum and Solidarity represent a small, privileged, racist elite who are willing to see South Africans suffer and the country economy run into the ground just to maintain their grip on stolen land and economic power, and have maintained racial privileges by refusing to return land and under apartheid and under colonialism. Despite a peaceful transition from apartheid to democracy in 1994, which was meant to be the start of the land reform process, it was never ever done. Here in South Africa, we have yet to do land reform. These white racist apartheid people beneficiaries need to understand where we come from as South Africans. The irony is the vast majority who are hurt by President Trump's actions are the British and the Dutch who have come and settled here amongst us. They are the ones who own the businesses. They are the ones who do most of the trading and the exporting. They are the ones that take the raw minerals and send it out overseas. We are going to put a stop to that, and we're going to make sure our resources are used for our people. Thank you. South Africa is America's largest trading partner in Africa, with over 600 American companies operating in our economy. AGOA exports to the US generate billions of rands annually, but let's be honest, who benefits the most? The same corporate monopolies that have locked out black-owned and indigenous businesses from real economic participation. The same 7% elite that still dominates South African industries and financial markets. If America wants a future trade relationship with South Africa, it must be built on economic justice, fair investment, and empowerment of black and indigenous businesses, not just another tool to entrench white monopoly capital control. If AGOA is used as a weapon
Honourable
against
Douglas,
us...
could you please take your seat?
Thank you.
Honourable Member, please indicate which point you are rising on.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm rising on a point of privilege. Can the Speaker take a question?
Honourable Douglas, are you prepared to take a question? He's not prepared to take a question. Honourable Douglas, please proceed.
Sit down. Relax.
Let me continue. If AGOA is used as a weapon against us, then South Africa has other options. We have BRICS, a growing economic power that does not operate through threats and intimidation. We have trade partners in China, Russia, India, the Middle East, and Africa, and the broader global South who understand what true economic partnership means. But we want to partner with America. There are many American brands in South Africa that we love. And we want you to be partnering with us, but not on your terms, on our terms as Africans, as our terms as Africans and as South Africans. We have our own resources, our own industries, and our own future to build without dependence on any single foreign power. South Africa is the first African nation to assume the G20 presidency 2024 to 25, a critical moment in history. And next year, we will hand the presidency over to the United States. Yet, instead of engaging with us in good faith, the U.S. has chosen economic coercion over cooperation. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has snubbed the G20 foreign ministers meeting in Johannesburg, opposing South Africa's focus on diversity, equity, and land reform. The U.S. continues to undermine multilateral cooperation, creating a vacuum that other countries will inevitably fill. Let us be clear, if America isolates itself from us as South Africa and from the broader global South, it will lose its strategic foothold in Africa. As Mkhonto we stand with the global South. We demand fair trade agreements that uplift all people, not just the privileged elite. We demand climate reparations from the biggest polluters like the U.S.A. and China and others who have caused the most environmental destruction, but now put that on us as South Africans. We demand debt relief for developing nations, many of whom suffer under the weight of economic policies crafted by Western financial institutions. Despite this crisis, MK stands committed to diplomatic engagement with America. We call on the United States to immediately restore PEPFAR or to work on a phase-out process. We call for urgent negotiations on AGOA that will serve all South Africans, not just corporate elites here. We call on all America to respect South Africa's sovereignty on land reform, foreign policy, and economic self-determination. If the United States wants a strong economic and diplomatic relationship with South Africa, it must be built on respect, fairness, and genuine partnership, not threats, blackmail, or economic warfare. Mr. Chair, I think we're in that stage where people don't
Honourable
understand.
Douglas, just a minute. My apologies for interrupting you, but honourable members, please keep the volume down and also do not, I'm talking to all sides, but I am reacting to the fact that a member, honourable member, please switch off your microphone. I am busy with the member at the back. Please do not go to the point where you shout, shut up to people. It is not parliamentary, so please proceed, Honourable Douglas.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member. What point are you rising on?
On rule number 91, you cannot allow the other side to be shouting at our speaker and you are not controlling them. Please, call them to order.
Honourable Member.
Which other side?
Honourable Minister, I have not recognised you. Honourable Members, please keep the volume down so that we can listen to the speaker. And Honourable Douglas, could you please proceed with your speech?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The first thing that I want to say is that this is about the land. And the people that have run there and pretending to be victims are actually the perpetrators. They're the ones that killed our people. They're the ones that killed the Khoi and the San people and African indigenous people. They're the ones that are guilty of ethnic cleansing here in South Africa. And they're running away claiming to be the victims. They have the land, they have the power, they have the money, they have the security, but they're claiming to be the victims. No, that is nonsense. You guys are the perpetrators. You are the oppressors here. And you are going to give us justice and you're going to give us our land back. And you're going to make sure that we see what you do with that land. That land is going to come back to us whether you like it or not, because it's Khoisan land, it's African indigenous land. The land must come back under the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, Mr. Chair. And I think that we are in a situation now that we are because people are not speaking the truth. We see you South Africans. We hear you South Africans. We hear the poor. We hear the people that have lost their land. It's time for justice in South Africa. It's time for righteousness in South Africa. Hulle maak hulle laat. Hulle gaan nooit ons land weer kry nie. Die land gaan terugkom na die Khoi en die San mense, na every African person is entitled to share the land and
Thank
to share
you,
the
Honourable
resources
Douglas.
of this land.
Honourable
Thank you.
Douglas, your time has expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Leroux.
Honourable Deputy Speaker and honourable members.
Honourable Leroux, there is a point of order. Please take your seat. Honourable member, please indicate which rule you are rising on.
Rising in terms of Rule 65, which says members should not converse aloud. I did not want to stand while the Speaker was on the podium because I did not want to disturb him. But we are noting, Chair, that each time our speakers go to the podium, they get howled by these howlers of the ANC. And you fail to protect them.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Honourable,
We don't hear you.
Honourable Minister, I have not recognised. There is now a point on the floor. I will now first deal with that matter. Honourable members, I have requested both sides to turn down the volume, and it goes for all the sides and all the members. So it is not only members of the ANC, it is also your members. It is all over. So I make an appeal to all of you, and I have now ruled on that matter. We will now proceed. Honourable Skosana. Is it Honourable Skosana? I can't see that. Please proceed.
Yeah, no, it's me, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I'm rising in terms of Rule 84. The Honourable member say he's calling us howlers. He's calling the Honourable members of this House howlers. That is unparliamentary, Deputy Speaker. Secondly, Deputy Speaker, secondly, a point of order must be raised immediately when the transgression is made in the House. A point of order can't be raised later. Thanks, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I unfortunately...
Don't howl, man. Keep quiet.
Honourable Minister, this is now the last time that I'm warning you not to switch on your microphone without being recognised. Honourable members, Honourable members, I am trying to listen to what the Honourable Skosana said, but I can't hear him because of the noise from this side. So please also work together so that we can hear one another. And please switch off your microphone, Honourable Member. Switch off your microphone. And I do request the Honourable Chief Whip of the MK to also please rise on the points of order if it is necessary. Thank you very much. We will now proceed. Honourable Leroux.
Honourable Deputy Speaker and honourable members, let me paint you a picture. It is the year 2000 and I am a newly minted intern working at Victoria Hospital here in Cape Town. I am on call and I admit a young 20-year-old woman who is extremely short of breath with an unusual x-ray that shows the ground glass appearance of pneumocystis pneumonia, and my heart sinks. I draw blood for HIV, but I already know what the result is going to be. Sure enough, at the end of my 30-hour shift, when I check the result, it is positive. And with a heavy heart and bleary eyes, I walk up to the ward to inform her of the diagnosis. And as I tell her that she's HIV positive, I see the fear in her eyes and the hope drain out of her body. I know that there's nothing I can do for her. But I still am shocked the next morning when I arrive in the ward and find that she has passed during the night. Experiences like these became commonplace for doctors and nurses in the late 1990s and the early 2000s. In South Africa, as the HIV epidemic broke on our shores and filled hospital wards with thousands of desperately ill children, men and women in the prime of their lives. The stigma and fear was palpable in communities, misinformation was rife, and healthcare workers desperate and burnt out. As we were trying to cope with this tsunami...
Honourable Leroux, please take your seat. Honourable Manye, what point are you rising on?
Just to check if the speaker will take a question on who brought AIDS here.
Honourable Leroux, would you take a question? No, he will not take a question. Thank you very much. Could I also ask the members to my right, please, to converse. Honourable Deputy Minister of Basic Education, I really request you not to disrupt the speaker. Thank you very much. Honourable Leroux, please proceed.
As we were trying to cope with tsunami, we were hearing about breakthroughs in HIV treatment with a very expensive regimen combining 3 drugs called HART, or highly active antiretroviral therapy, showing remarkable results in America and Europe. But the idea that we might have HART available for patients in the government in South Africa seemed but a distant dream. Then, in 2003, President George Bush signed the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for Aid Relief, known as PEPFAR, and everything started changing for the better. South Africa launched its ARV program with PEPFAR support in 2004, and although the program was significantly constrained until the interventions of Ministers Hogan and Motsoaledi from 2008 onwards, the psychological impact for people living with HIV and for healthcare workers was dramatic, with hope replacing the despair that we all felt. In the past 21 years, nearly $110 billion has been spent through PEPFAR in more than 60 countries, with $8 billion or 145 billion rands being spent in South Africa alone. Worldwide, an estimated 25 million lives were saved, and mother-to-child transmission of HIV was nearly completely wiped out, preventing 7.8 million infections in small babies. In South Africa, we need to recognize and acknowledge, as South Africans, we need to recognize and acknowledge the extraordinary generosity of the American people to us and to the rest of Africa through PEPFAR. The aid delivered has been extremely well spent through government programs and efficient NGOs. PEPFAR is arguably the most effective foreign aid program ever, perhaps only matched by the Marshall Plan that helped rebuild Europe after the Second World War. As is summarized on the Desmond Tutu Health Foundation website, PEPFAR, implemented in 2003, was a brilliant, generous and greatly valued intervention that changed the potential course of history forever. Under PEPFAR, we have seen a miraculous change to the narrative surrounding the AIDS response in Africa. Sadly, today, I'm for all intents and purposes, delivering a eulogy for PEPFAR. The dismantling of U.S.A. and sudden cessation of PEPFAR funding by the current U.S. administration has been a huge shock and extremely damaging to our healthcare system. The DA would like to express its deep sympathy with patients who have lost access to PEPFAR-funded care, and also with the nearly 15,000 healthcare workers who have lost their jobs. We are also extremely concerned about the impact on other countries in Africa, many who rely on PEPFAR for nearly 90% of their HIV budgets, and for whom the recent decisions by the United States administration will cause even more severe consequences, causing increased mortality, morbidity, and instability. We believe that the abrupt manner in which the funding was stopped was unethical and wasteful, and it has not allowed governments, including our own, to make contingency plans and to allocate budget to cover funding shortfalls. It has, however, taught us as South Africans that in this post-COVID era, we will need to become more self-reliant, and that we desperately need to grow our economy and create jobs to get more revenue into the fiscus to be able to fund life-saving healthcare programs. The DA commends the National Department of Health for the guidance delivered a few weeks ago, instructing health facilities to provide 6 months of treatment to all stable ARV patients and to accommodate and help all patients who previously relied on PEPFAR-funded programs. But recognize that this will be a major challenge without extra staffing and extra funding. We would therefore like to urge the Department of Health to perform an immediate and careful spending review so that wasteful and unnecessary expenditure in the department is identified and it can be shifted towards programs which have previously been funded by PEPFAR. In conclusion, we continue to hope that the new U.S. administration will reconsider recent decisions and that the American people will extend their generosity through PEPFAR for the next year or two so that South Africa and the rest of Africa can mitigate the impact of these funding cuts. Otherwise, medical interns will once again be faced with heartbreaking moments like the one I experienced 25 years ago. I thank you.
The Honourable the Deputy Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The global political landscape is shifting rapidly, and sovereign nations are making decisions that have far-reaching consequences. The United States, in exercising its own sovereign right, has halted aid funding to South Africa. In equal measure, South Africa must exercise its own sovereignty in responding to this decision in a manner that prioritizes our national interest, protects the most vulnerable, and safeguards our economic and social stability. Beyond that direct health implications, 15,000 healthcare workers are now at risk of losing their jobs at a time when South Africa faces record high unemployment. This is an undesirable development. The strain on the healthcare system will be severe, reducing access to treatment for vulnerable citizens, increasing workloads for remaining healthcare workers, and potentially leading to burnout and compromised care quality. In response, the IFP believes in short-term interventions and long-term solutions to mitigate the damage and build resilience. In the short term, for long-term gain, collaboration between the government, private sector, and NGOs will be essential for providing emergency funding, redirecting resources, and offering alternative employment opportunities in the healthcare sector. By doing so, we can soften the immediate impact of the funding cut while working toward long-term sustainability. In the long term, South Africa must move towards self-help and self-reliance and economic independence. Over-reliance on external aid makes us vulnerable to political global shifts, propaganda, and misinformation. The IFP firmly believes that cultivating the capacity to thrive independently is the only sustainable path forward. However, we further recognize that South Africa is not an island. Our economy and geopolitical standing are deeply tied to global trade. The United States remains a key strategic trade partner, and we must approach this situation with diplomacy and pragmatism. The IFP supports engagements on a well-reasoned diplomatic approach, which is necessary to preserve our economic relationship. However, Honorable Deputy Speaker, after all this is said and done, the hard truths here at home must be confronted. The crisis that is occurring is not in isolation. It exposes the deeper systemic failures in the country. The illusion of reconciliation in 1994 allowed injustices to persist without full accountability. The CODESA principle of sufficient consensus enabled oppressors to escape responsibility, while the Rainbow Nation facade only served to delay true economic justice. Today, emboldened elements of the past are once again challenging the progress that we have made. Let us be clear. Some of those who benefited from apartheid never stopped working against a truly free South Africa. Their stance remains an anti-democratic South Africa. The irony is that they cry foul when we speak redress and transformation, terming it as racism, with their only recourse being a nostalgic longing to take us back to a racist past of black oppression. The return of the Trump administration has emboldened these forces, allowing them to undermine our democracy and economic stability under the guise of foreign policy decisions. AfriForum and Solidarity have erred in their modus operandi. Their recourse cannot be railing one government over another. Their pursuit for recourse could have found expression in other legitimate international fora. One area where sovereignty and national interest must be exercised is land reform. However, this must be done responsibly. The IFP opposes the Expropriation Act, but not because we reject land reform, but because we reject reckless policy making. Section 25 of the Constitution already allows for land expropriation when necessary, but it must be done with compensation to ensure economic stability. The current Expropriation Act is flawed and risks driving South Africa into further economic hardship. We support transformation, but not destruction. The U.S. decision to halt aid is both currently now for South Africa a challenge and an opportunity. It forces us to rethink our economic policies and stand our own feet. We must at this moment put South Africa first. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is only the MK party that congratulated Mr. Trump on his re-election. The chickens have come home to roost.
The next speaker is the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture. Order, honourable members. Order.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you know, I teach my kids, I said to my kids always, most people don't live with reality. I said, if you want to be successful, look at your reality, not perception. America needs South Africa. South Africa needs America. If we don't work together, both of us shall lose. But South Africa shall lose more. America does not have doctors currently that's out of a job. We have medical students that don't have a job. Worse PEPFAR. Without PEPFAR, it shall be worse. People are going to die. HIV/AIDS is going to kill our people. I am coming here today. If you hate America, that's fine. If you think this is about Donald Trump, that's even fine. But this is not about Donald Trump. This is about the 230,000 people that will be out of a job. This is about the people that will be dying. I'm not here. I don't care what you feel. So to South Africans, come here with a plan. Don't hi me here. You have medical aid. You have free medical aid. You have free state medical aid. You come here. Hi. I'm talking for the people with no medical aid. All the people in this tent have medical aid. And the ones that run to America, I want to warn you, we have a Minister of International Affairs. We have a president. The reason why you're not posting the pictures of your American stay, because you met the janitors, you met the people there at this gate. Show us who you met. So I want to say to South Africa, let's be calm. Let's fix our relationship. You talk about BRICS. Russia, rightly so. Russia jumped to the opportunity to restore the relationship with America. India was the first visit that happened, was India. Don't come here. The world is going right. You want to go this way. We need each other. So I want to say to South Africans, you can howl as much as you like. At the moment, we can't even give our doctors a job. In conclusion, because PEPFAR has been removed, there's now 17% of the money is gone. I want to ask the president of this country, can we immediately stop to give illegal foreigners any medical help? They should be banned from all our hospitals. They must go to their countries who has a good relationship with America. And I want to say to the Americans, they can say what? In 2000, when people were dying, George Bush gave money and he assisted. Some of us, we don't forget the persons. We have gratitude. I want to say, not everybody hates America. We don't hate America. And not everybody here is saying America should go to hell. Some of us are saying, stop listening to racists giving you wrong information, but let's get together, let us talk, let President Ramaphosa sit with President Trump in a room, and they worked out the deal. Illegal foreigners must be banned from all our hospitals, starting from today. Salute.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mulder.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the discussion we have today was brought to the House by the Honourable Mr. Malema, and it deals with the decision by the US government to halt aid to South Africa and our response thereto. And I wanted to thank Mr. Malema for bringing this topic to the House because I think it's a very important subject that we need to discuss. I was a bit concerned, Mr. Malema, with all due respect, when your speech was not so much a concern about the people affected by the halting of this aid, but I think it was to a very large extent a strong attack on the United States, and that obviously is your right to do so. Now, since PEPFAR was created in 2023, the United States has spent more than $8 billion, my apology, on this project in South Africa, which made a huge difference to many, many people. As a matter of fact, for this current financial year, 2025, an amount of $439 million were budgeted, but that is now being suspended. My concern is there's a much bigger threat in terms of what's happening at the moment. PEPFAR is part of that, but it's a small part of that. The United States is the second largest trading partner of South Africa. It plays a very important and a very pivotal role in our economy in that sense. And at the moment, we do have the situation where the relationships between South Africa and the United States is not in a good place. And I know that the Honourable Minister of International Relations is going to participate later. But at the moment, the trade between South Africa and the United States is an amount in totality of $21 billion per year. It's a huge amount, our second largest trading partner. Of that amount of money, the AGOA agreement accounts for 3.6 billion rand. And it's not true that the AGOA thing is in the favor of big companies, etc. If AGOA goes wrong, it is ordinary workers in the agricultural sector, in the automobiles sector. It will be ordinary workers that will lose their jobs. We cannot and we should not have that kind of situation. The problem is that our relationship with the United States is not in a good place at the moment. And it's not true that it suddenly changed now that Mr. Trump became the President of the United States. That's not correct. Under the Biden administration already, there was an agreement, a bipartisan agreement, to have the total relationship between South Africa and the United States revalued. A bill was passed in the Congress in July of last year to do exactly that and to look at our relationship with the United States. And it was passed a bipartisan bill with both Democrats and Republicans. The problem is this. The United States identified from their perspective that Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea are their biggest threat to the United States' national security. And we must take note of that. When we continue to be a problem in that regard and try to create an impression that we want to be friends with all the people that the United States believe to be not on their side in terms of policy, in terms of national interest, we are creating our own problems. Maybe we should learn and take a lesson from Mr. Modi from India. India is a senior player in the BRICS alliance, senior partner there. But Mr. Modi visited the United States recently after Mr. Trump's election. He signed a very important trade agreement with the United States that also includes the delivery of weapons, etc., for the economy of India. What did he do? Mr. Modi did put India first. And my appeal would be to the Minister of International Relations, let's put South Africa first. Let's do what's in the best interest of our own country, our own citizens, and act in that manner. We don't have to choose sides for this and against that. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Honourable Trollip.
That we are having this debate today is a tragic legacy of 30 years of ill-considered and ill-fated choices made by this government. Churchill said about Britain's decision to sign the Munich Agreement in 1938, and I quote, "You've been given the choice between war and dishonor. You have chosen dishonor, now you will have war," close quote. The ANC have systematically chosen dishonor in their one-eyed international relations, and now we are going to suffer the consequences of these choices. Again, the fashionable acronym FAFO springs to mind. You've told Trump to leave us alone. One of your GNU ministers stood here and gave him the finger. Now we are alone. Naledi Pandor did everything conceivable to insult, infuriate, and alienate the U.S.A. while she was the Minister of International Relations. Yet she was the first to encourage the government to send envoys as quickly as possible to try and salvage our relationship with the U.S.A. Amazing. Nomvula Mokanyana infamously said, "When the rand falls, we'll pick it up." When are you going to pick up the rand? The president said, "I'd rather be seen as a weak president than split the ANC." Well done, you've achieved both. But look what your philosophy of putting the party first and the country second has bequeathed us. You will blame AfriForum and Solidarity for Trump's punitive executive orders and possible repeal of AGOA. This scapegoating, though convenient, doesn't hold any water. Incidentally, who the hell do AfriForum, Solidarity and the DA think they are anyway? Who granted them SA envoy status to go cap in hand to canvass for the protection of minority rights in the USA? Something that never existed for majorities before 1996. These protections in our Constitution and Bill of Rights far exceed the protections of minorities in the USA. A former leader of the opposition wrote this weekend that AfriForum has been peddling years-long racially divisive disinformation campaigns. Where are the real SA envoys? Javier Milei recently said at Davos, and I quote, "Argentina faced 100 years of systematic economic failure as a result of taking weak stances on major global conflicts and as a result of having closed ourselves off to trade. We lost practically all international significance. Argentina has been infected by socialism for too long, and that it would once again embrace the ideals of freedom, defense of life, liberty, and private property," close quote. The world has embraced Argentina's commitment to these ideals and as an example of fiscal responsibility to their collective advantage. Yet, you have chosen the exact opposite and wonder why we are facing global isolation, distrust, and unprecedented poverty. Milei also said, and I quote, "The only thing that socialism produces is poverty," close quote. Yet we steadfastly adhere to this failed philosophy. We have become so dependent on foreign aid from wherever we can get it that the termination of U.S.A and PEPFAR will have deadly consequences. You couldn't balance your budget 2 weeks ago, and now you've got an additional 8.7 billion rand for HIV/AIDS program shortfall. Have your newfound international friends and the US enemies Iran that you were posing with this week and our BRICS partners offered any assistance? No, I thought not. Because they've been beating a path to the Oval Office to ingratiate themselves with the New World Order Tsar. And they aren't interested in our self-inflicted wounds. They will only compound our economic travails and poverty. It's time to reevaluate our so-called non-aligned stance, pick a side in the New World Order,
your time is now expired.
Calamity.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Meshu.
House Chairperson, on February 2025, President Donald Trump signed an executive order suspending all U.S. aid to South Africa, citing concerns over the country's land expropriation laws, which the U.S. administration alleges discriminates against Afrikaners. The ACDP believes this decision was based on misinformation and misunderstanding, as the Expropriation Act 13 of 2024 does not explicitly single out anybody, particularly Afrikaners. Its implementation, however, has raised concerns due to historical land ownership. U.S. aid is given to gain strategic partnership and promotes America's values such as democracy and human rights. It is also given to encourage trade and investment in developing markets that benefited the U.S. Among other things, it is also given in response to natural disasters, hunger, and health crises, all of which contribute to South Africa's economic, political, and environmental stability. House Chair, it would be foolish to respond arrogantly to this suspension. While we decry the speed at which the withdrawal of U.S. aid was made, creating an income and health crisis for thousands of South Africans, it nevertheless highlights the enormous debt of gratitude we should have for the aid we have received from the U.S. The ACDP urges government to engage in bilateral talks with the U.S. administration in the hope that our soft approach would send a clear message that South Africa is ready for business and consequently attract much needed investments from them, and see suspended programs reinstated and have life-giving aid speedily restored. House Chair, the ACDP agrees with Archbishop Jackson Ole Sapid, who of the Anglican Church of Kenya, who reportedly said that the freezing of U.S. aid should be viewed as an opportunity for the African continent to work hard towards becoming self-reliant. Yes, Africa should learn to stand on its own feet and reduce their dependency on Western handouts. The ACDP also agrees with some Ugandan economists who view the freezing of foreign aid as a catalyst for exploring alternative revenue sources and reimagining the continent's economic trajectory. Lastly, I want to appeal to President Cyril Ramaphosa to start condemning the slaughter and persecution of Christians, particularly on the African continent. He knows about thousands of Christians who have been killed for their beliefs, some who were beheaded.
Honourable Member, your time has now expired. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa.
My fellow South Africans, we have to distinguish between the people of America and the actions and the chaos that has been unleashed on the world and South Africa and Africa by a group of unregenerate racists who hate us for being Africans, who think they can abuse us. History speaks for itself. It was George W. Bush, a Republican, who gave us PEPFAR, pulling millions of our brothers and sisters back from the brink of HIV/AIDS devastation. It was Bill Clinton, a Democrat, who teamed up with the Republicans to deliver AGOA, a trade deal that has put food on the tables and the dignity in homes of many South Africans and Africans. Even in the dark days of apartheid, of Ronald Reagan, especially in America, the U.S. Congress rose overwhelmingly in support of efforts that were intended to make sure that they passed the Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act in 1986. Back then, the relationships we had with America in particular were based on principles of mutual respect and reciprocity, despite our differences. Today, we confront an urgent crisis that tests this legacy, either for the good of our sovereignty or for the detriment of our people. Our government's choice will seal our fate, but whatever we do, we must not allow ourselves to be bullied, as President Ramaphosa said during SONA. With PEPFAR's 8 billion rands taken from our HIV/AIDS fight, UNAIDS estimates about 222,000 patients, including about 8,000 children under the age of 15 years old, who face disruptions in their daily antiretroviral supplies, therapy supplies. But let's not gloss over this. Quite a significant chunk of these resources, Mr. Minister, seem to have gone to administration in terms of instead of the tangible programmatic work. We should take this moment as an opportunity to pause and reflect, not just for South Africa, but for all of Africa. We must encourage partnerships, encourage investments, trade deals that work for us, work with us, not for us. The fact that, for example, after 20 years since PEPFAR was launched, we still depend on foreign aid primarily for survival with respect to some of the programs in our healthcare system, points to challenges that we have not been able to address many years ago when it intended to fill this gap. Our reliance on external funding has now left us at the mercy of the decisions made in distant capitals that have no regard for the situation in our countries. We have to make sure that we use our contingency reserves to fund and plug this gap before lives slip away, and consider increasing taxes in order for us to be able to serve the needs of the people who are most affected by this funding shortfall. Other issues we need to do as South Africans, we need to address the setup cost of manufacturing facilities.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
The
next speaker is the Honourable Zibi.
Thank you, House Chair. We are witnessing the development of a powerful, cruel, fascist dictatorship in the largest economy in the world. But this is a dictatorship of a special type, one that wants to destroy democracy as an idea and practice all over the world. They are trying to do the same here, and they are trying to do the same in Europe. If Canada and Mexico can be treated in the way that we are seeing, then who are we? If they can meddle in German and British politics, then why would they leave us alone? As the President said in his State of the Nation address, we must never allow ourselves to be bullied. But we must also recognize the global moment we are part of. The second coming of Trump will reshape the geopolitical map and bring into existence conflicts and alliances we have never thought possible. This is why we must not allow ourselves to be distracted from making pragmatic decisions in South Africa's interest. The West, as we have known it until now, is over. The U.S. is isolating itself from its traditional friends, so we must look at alliances of mutual interest a little differently than we have before. Together with many of our trading partners, we face the same threat: a group of fascists who run the U.S., for whom cruelty and domination is the point, not just a method. The actions announced by President Trump some weeks ago have been in the works for nearly 10 years. They were just waiting for the right government to come into office. They are driven by a sophisticated disinformation ecosystem. Digital analysis of the social media accounts that have sown this disinformation shows that over 70% of the discussion on so-called white genocide and land grabs has been by accounts in the US and Eastern Europe rather than in South Africa. It is not just AfriForum who are part of this network. There are paid political influencers here in South Africa who work with that network. Many are unknowingly followed on Twitter by members of this House. South Africa is light years behind what countries like Finland are doing to prevent the destruction of their national consensus by this kind of disinformation. It is a national security threat that I do not believe our security services are even remotely equipped to deal with. Otherwise, we would have legislation before this House to deal with it. When the budget is tabled in just over a week, the Finance Minister must show us what Cabinet has decided to do to build strategic options for our nation. That is a matter of necessity and national security. And Honorable Lamula, President Magangai White House is our please.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Webster.
Honourable House Chair, we must reiterate the context within which this debate takes place. This debate takes place at a time where there's a shift in the global order in the world as multipolarity gains steam and there's new centers of power that are emerging. Those who have long dominated the world stage are now scrambling to reassert their dominance. And that is the context, that is what is happening. The recent developments that have taken place between the US and South Africa and in the relationship between the two countries have to be understood in this context. And the pronouncements by US President Donald Trump reflects an agenda that seeks to maintain an outdated global hierarchy. But history teaches us that true change has never come without disruption, and that's what's happening now. South Africa has to remain steadfast in a pursuit of a just, multipolar world where no single power, not the US, not Russia, not China, dictates the terms of our own sovereignty as a country. That said, the United States is an important economic partner, and our trade relationship cannot be understated. Its importance can't be understated. But at no point should our sovereignty be conditional on the approval of any other nation. The responsibility of this government is to then shield South Africans, because now it has happened and the ship has sailed. And this is not just in response to the US decisions, but it's through long-term strategies that protect South Africans. The recent freeze in U.S.A. to South Africa should be a wake-up call to us. It exposes a fundamental risk in that a sovereign nation finds itself vulnerable to the policy whims of another. So South Africa must position itself to be part of a multipolar world, diversifying partnerships, engaging in multilateral trade, and we must never be placed in a situation where the withdrawal of funding from one country disrupts our economy and the delivery of critical services. So the solution is clear. Our government must take decisive steps forward in self-sufficiency, and that means reducing reliance on external aid. It means ensuring financial discipline, but most importantly, it means eradicating corruption and poor governance that continue to cost us our independence in South Africa. A nation cannot claim sovereignty if its economic stability hinges on external generosity. We must take ownership of our own future. And South Africa must engage with the world from a position of strength and not dependency. We must invest in our domestic industries and in innovation. And if we are part of a multipolar world, we must build a self-sufficient and resilient state. It's time to build a South Africa that stands firm, that can engage on equal terms with other nations, and that can secure its rightful place in an evolving global order. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we need to remind people that we are a sovereign country, and our sovereignty must mean complete independence. Any country that gives us aid must supplement our own initiatives as a country. We must never allow aid to be used to undermine our national interest. The halting of aid by the US is in response to us addressing historical injustices of land dispossession, which is widely recognized. Therefore, it is clear aid is not really about genuinely helping a country. It is about managing a country to govern itself in a manner that serves the imperialists. We should never allow our sovereignty and national interest to be undermined by those who give us aid. Those who give us aid want the status quo of inequality, poverty, landlessness, unemployment, and all the evils of apartheid to remain unchanged. We need to close ranks and unite and pursue total transformation of our country. We can't be dictated by other countries on how we must correct our domestic problems that emanate from the over 400 years of colonization and apartheid. We are in this position of aid being used to manage us because we don't own the land, the natural resources, and the economy of our country. We are still conquered even though we got democracy in 1994. What we must do now is to leverage our mineral resources instead of begging for validation and money from the US. Why are we even needing aid, yet we are rich in mineral resources? Why is the mineral wealth of our country not owned by the state on behalf of the people? Why is the wealth of our country owned by the Americans, the British, and the Europeans? Yet in the communities, when the minerals are mined, there is poverty and disease. We must be a generation that corrects this. The mineral wealth of the country must be owned by South Africans so that we never need aid from anyone. But make no mistake, this is just the beginning. Today it is aid. Tomorrow Trump will move against trade. We must be prepared, because the US wants to keep South Africa and Africa in a position of economic submission, where our prosperity is always tied to their approval. We cannot allow this. We must aggressively expand our trade relationships beyond the US market. The African continent presents immense opportunities. The BRICS alliance is open for business. Why should we continue to rely on those who see us as nothing than a pawn in their global chess games. Lastly, Chair, if the country was serious, AfriForum in Solidarity would have been long charged with treason. GNU, ni wasaba ni
Honourable
amabulu.
Member, your time has now expired. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Abrams.
Thank you, House Chair. This decision to withdraw US aid represents a critical moment for South Africa. It is a moment that calls for unity to work together to overcome this healthcare crisis. The Democratic Alliance has consistently advocated for foreign policy that puts the well-being of South African citizens first and advances South Africa's strategic interests while fostering productive international relationships. Over the past decades, this has not always been the case, and now we face the rapid dismantling of 2 decades of progress in healthcare, particularly in HIV and AIDS and TB, along with the closure of the UN World Food Programme in Johannesburg and the withdrawal of aid to NGOs that provide services to refugees and asylum seekers like the Scalabrini Centre just across the road. For millions of citizens, this is not about politics, it is about survival. When you wake up each day fighting to exist, debates about ideology or whether aid comes from the East or the West mean nothing. The impact on vulnerable households is devastating. The impossible choice between food or electricity, school shoes or transport now becomes a debate between medication or death. While certain political parties may welcome the withdrawal of Western influence and funding, remember, it is not anyone at this podium or in this dome who will suffer. It is the orphan child in the rural clinic denied life-saving treatment, the young mother unable to access prenatal ARVs, the family solely dependent on their grandmother's social grant denied access to TB treatment, the approximately 15,000 jobs and counting which will be lost, affecting 15,000 households. House Chair, the reality of the matter is that babies will be born with HIV and lose a parent or both to a preventable disease. Crucial services offered by NGOs in health education, emotional and psychological counseling, regular HIV testing, and awareness programs will be significantly reduced, running the dangerous risk of defaulting back to the days where the medical advice from the government at the time was garlic, beetroot, and the African potato, or worse, that showering after sexual intercourse will minimize the possibility of contracting HIV. And while provinces attempt to mitigate the impact of expanding services for collection of ARVs at public healthcare facilities, many will not go for fear of stigmatization. Does government honestly believe that orphan children with HIV will make their own way to clinics? This was the crucial role filled by now defunded NGOs. Where will we find billions of rands to fill the gap? Now more than ever, we need to redirect funds from countless wasteful vanity projects like the 28 million spent on NHI advertising, VIP protection, and failed SOE bailouts to save lives. The upcoming budget speech carries heightened anxiety as we await solutions to this crisis. This is why the DA has presented credible budget alternatives that address the plight of the marginalized while creating jobs and stimulating growth. House Chair, the loss of US aid is a severe setback, and the humanitarian impact only quantifiable in months and years to come. However, by adopting the DA's model of good governance, attracting investment, and building new partnerships both domestically and internationally, we can mitigate this impact. We must mitigate this impact. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Sokanyele.
House Chair, honourable members, I stand before you to engage on a fundamental feature of any prosperous society, a well-functioning health system. It is fundamental because it affects everyday realities of our people and is a basic human right. We must point out that the great stride that we have made great strides in our healthcare system, The accessibility on our public health programs has significantly increased over the past 30 years. Far more people have now access to basic health care facilities than before, and awareness and health-related matters is higher thanks to our healthcare campaigns and vaccination drives that Dr. Motsoaledi have talked about. But nevertheless, there are millions of South Africans living in rural areas who continue to face inconveniences and frustrations caused by inadequately run and supplied public health facilities. This we must acknowledge and in turn resolving. We are now building on the foundation through the National Health Insurance, the next great step forward in transforming our healthcare system. The NHI will ensure that access to quality health is not determined by one's economic status or class, but by the fact that one is a human being worthy of excellent health care. Health and well-run healthcare system, honourable members, is an integral part of development. There can be little likelihood of thriving and prosperous nation if half of its population suffers ill health. Therefore, we have woven healthcare into our central trust of overall development so that we can contribute on a world stage. We do so from a strong position. South Africa is not an isolated entity. We are members of an international community, and our well-being is entwined in the development everywhere else in the globe. Our foreign policy is rooted on the principles of sovereignty, non-alignment, and multilateral cooperation. We are open to speak with all nations and institutions that respect our sovereignty and share our vision of world that is just and equitable. Therefore, we continue to speak up for multipolar world where no single nation or bloc of nations determines the development path of another. We form relations that are premised on mutual respect and collaborations as equals. The withdrawal of foreign aid that has affected our country may be seen as crisis by some, but a crisis is also an opportunity. We have an opportunity to move rapidly towards greater self-resilience and greater collaboration and interdependence among developing nations. We have incredible resources, both material and human, and must fully leverage these to plug any funding gaps that become apparent. We must work especially on intra-African cooperation, ensuring that as a continent we are not left behind and vulnerable because of shifting in preferences of global powers. The volatile international scenario can have an influence on our healthcare system. Apart from the withdrawal of the funding of certain programs, we can also be affected by fluctuations in international markets and disruption in global supply chains. This is one of the reasons we are so geared maintaining cordial trade and diplomatic relations with a diversity of partners. It is the only way to ensure a steady supply of certain essentials and ensures mutual strengthening in multitude of ways. Specifically, our participation in key multilateral institutions has allowed us to keep pushing for fair access to medical resources for developing countries. Honourable members, we have a vision of a nation where every man, woman and child has access to the best quality service, including healthcare services. We have made great strides forward, but we still have a way to go. Our healthcare system is not perfect, but we see progress that no one can deny. We are now at a point where efforts are intensifying as we move towards implementation of NHI. As a nation, we cannot depend on others to define our path. We have knowledge, we have resources, and the will to shape our own future. We also have strong alliances that involve mutual growth and knowledge exchange for strengthening our neighbors and ourselves. We have what it takes. Let us therefore move forward with confidence, not just talking, but acting in a concrete way of expression our vision of just, well-functioning nation with excellent, easy-to-use healthcare system among many other working systems. We have partly achieved our goals, honourable members, not fully. Dr. Motsoaledi has talked to that. I think he was very explaining how many funds we have used out of our own pocket, not depending to U.S.A. Let us push forward with hope, knowing that we have long passed the stage where talking is done. The only thing that satisfies is action on delivery. What we said, we will do. For this, we need a whole lot more than good intentions. We need professionalism, high level of competence, rooting out all corruptions, and high levels of efficiency in the public system. I urge all our members, department and staff to take this call seriously. We can do this, honourable members, if we keep our focus on serving the people who confidently put their trust in us to listen and respond. Let the excellence and efficiency become our watchwords. Our people deserves nothing less. We are there for the people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Sali.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I'd like to thank the Honourable Julius Malema for this debate. The decision by the United States government to halt aid to South Africa and the response thereto in his State of Nation address, President Cyril Ramaphosa stated South Africa will not be bullied. Whether he was referring to the United States or not, it is a strong message to those in the bullying game. At the same time, the 90-day withdrawal or threat from a delirious Donald Trump should serve as a wake-up call to South Africans that we should end our reliance on countries that are on the wrong side of history. I quote the Ghanaian President, Mahama, who reiterated, there is a need for African countries to become self-reliant. We acknowledge that international assistance has supplemented the country healthcare programs. Thank you. But we cannot allow South Africa to become totally dependent on foreign aid all the time. Being dependent compels us to agree to decisions which will put us on the wrong side of history. Al-Jamaa calls on the government to look at ways to increase the health budget for more healthcare workers to be employed at hospitals equipped with necessary resources and funding. We must strive to work towards a self-sustaining system and not depend on foreign donors who assume they can dictate to South Africa and to be party to a genocide and expect us to be silent. Healthcare is a fundamental right, and we cannot allow the lives of South Africans to be endangered because of threats from foreign aid organizations, even entities within our own countries, such as AfriForum. Leaders, countries such as U.S. and Trump supporters who are on the forefront of aiding and abetting a genocide in Palestine. Why would they care about AIDS in South Africa? The masks are off. South Africa, this is your opportunity to become independent and to work with countries who are already reaching out. South Africa needs to actively take to task legally entities such as AfriForum, their counterparts, alongside those individuals who is yet to be investigated and prosecuted, who have served in the IDF and committed genocide in Palestine. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Adams.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Minister, the Progressive Caucus, the 9 wasted months. I wish to start my 3 minutes with a speech from a man who would one day become a minister in this country. And I open the quote by saying, we want the land. Without the land, we are not free. Ask the Palestinians. Close quote. Thank you, Honourable Minister Gayton McKenzie. I cannot believe that this country has allowed a convicted sexual predator, a pathological liar, a man with no morals to speak to us in this way. But then again, Trump feels comfortable speaking to South Africa in this way because you people couldn't even deliver the budget on time. It is disgrace that we are even having this debate because this is South Africa. This is not a colony of the Americans, of America. We do not need America's money. Just manage what we have better. As a matter of fact, because of your mismanagement of the fiscus, you think nothing about putting VAT up by 2%, killing our poor. Trump pays for the bombs that kills Palestinian children. You think he cares about South African children dying of HIV? The man does not. South Africa can do better. South Africans deserve better. The land expropriation we speak about offends Trump to the point that he withdraws aid. Are we tenants in this country? Does he pay us so that Steenhuisen can live on my land? I think not. Land must be expropriated. Let Trump keep his money. Let this waste of 9 months called the GNU give us our land back. We will show you how we profit from it while living on it. We do not need Trump.
Point of order.
Oh, there's a point.
Yes.
Mr. America himself.
No. Let me hear the honourable member. Please proceed, honourable member.
The honourable member has cast aspersions on me, House Chairperson, by saying that I'm living on his land.
Order. Order, honourable members.
Order. I would, if that is...
Order, honourable members.
You
Order.
are, John, you are.
Now, take your seat, honourable Adams. Yes, the point of order, honourable Steenhuisen.
If that is the case, then he's not entitled to any land because I don't own any land.
No, honourable Steenhuisen. Honourable Steenhuisen. Let me just remind members that we should firstly refer to each other in honourable terms. Right? Let's do that. Refer to each other in honourable terms. We can't just call a person by his name or surname. Right? Please proceed. The rest of it is a question for further political debate.
Speaker, ultimately, this country needs to show that it has a conscience. Our stance on land expropriation is for our poor. Our stance on Israel is for the international community. Trump cannot write our speeches. I want to offer my apology to the President of the ATM. For the first time ever, I will disagree with you, Honourable Vuyo. We cannot charge AfriForum with treason. It is impossible to charge a joke with treason, and I thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable members, I now recognize the Honourable Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform.
House Chairperson, the sponsor of the motion, Comrade Malema. Our country, our people, our leaders, and our economy is under attack. There is no doubt that soft power is being used to divide our nation, to weaken the organs of our democratic state, and to impose regime change. This special debate is an opportunity to affirm and express our belief in the necessity for a patriotic nation in the face of these attacks. In affirming this patriotism, let us distinguish between the attacks from outside and those that operate as an enemy from within. American imperialism is built and fueled by lies. It is lies such as Saddam's possession of weapons of mass destruction that caused the deaths of millions of Iraqi citizens. And the lies have always been used by the empire to justify murder of millions of our people. We are proud of this democracy
because we came to this point as a result of the service, suffering, and sacrifice of our leaders. Tomorrow, Chair, will be laying to rest a PAC veteran, Tata Mark Shinas. He was imprisoned for 2 terms on Robben Island, sacrificing 20 years of his life to fight apartheid and bring us the democracy we enjoy today. He is an example of a true and genuine patriot. It is because of the sacrifices of people like Mark Shinas and thousands of others that we enjoy the freedom we have today. This freedom is now being abused by these unpatriotic elements amongst us. Let us honor these courageous comrades who suffered and sacrificed their lives by being steadfast in the face of the racism and the settler colonialism. We must end all security, military, and intelligence cooperation with the United States of America. This includes cooperation with AFRICOM and the naval cooperation here at Simonstown, if we want this democracy to survive and not being a victim of United States regime change. We acted decisively through our action at the International Court of Justice against the apartheid state of Israel for genocide it commits against people of Palestine. We must act decisively in the face of this act because it is an attack and we must recognize it as such before it is too late.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Speaker from the U.A.T.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Progressive Caucus. Khotso, Ma-Afrika. This move by U.S.A. government is yet another manifestation of neo-colonial oppression, echoing the historic exploitation and subjugation of African nations by the Western power and their local allies, the white Afrikaner minority in South Africa. U.A.T. called upon South African Minister of Mineral Resources to implement strict measures to protect our mineral wealth. The time has come for the paradigm shift where African nations control and dictate terms of their resources. We must reject the system that benefits foreign corporates while leaving our people in poverty. Furthermore, U.A.T. urged the President Cyril Ramaphosa to take lead in mobilizing African leaders to convene a summit aimed at formulating Pan-African strategy for mineral resources utilization. Our resources must be our bargaining power against external economic threats and political blackmail. We propose that African leaders adopt a unified approach to resource management, ensure that our natural wealth serves as a foundation for economic liberation and industrialization. This decision by the Trump administration should serve as a wake-up call for all African nations. It is high time that our leaders take decisive stand to secure our mineral wealth for benefit of our people. The wealth of our continent, gold, platinum, diamond, uranium, the rare earth of minerals, must no longer be auctioned to foreign powers who offer aid with one hand while tightening shackle economic dependency with another hand. The U.S. decision to cut aid should not be viewed as a loss, but rather as an opportunity for African self-reliance. We must refuse to be perpetual recipient of the condition assistance that compromise our sovereignty. Instead, let us build strong inter-African economic alliance, invest in our industries, and assert control over our destinies. U.A.T. stands firm in its commitment to economic liberation, Pan-African unity, and the defense of African dignity. We call all African nations to reject the Western intimidation and rally together in reclaiming African wealth for its people. Kandi mambo!
The next speaker is the Honourable Malema. Honourable Malema, will you just take a seat? I see the hand of the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance. Let me just attend to that matter. Now, order, honourable members. Let me hear the honourable member.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, if I remember correctly, some years ago, a convention was established that a member cannot speak twice in a debate. I would just like your clarity. I would just like clarity on that matter from you. Thank you.
Honourable Member, may I refer to a debate on the budget vote of the President on the 31st of May 2023, where a ruling was made that the former member Shavambu be given another opportunity to speak using the remaining EFF time, and after discussion the opportunity was granted. However, at the same time the matter was referred to the Chief Whip's Forum for further discussion and then also possibly to the subcommittee and the Committee on Rules. That matter has not been resolved. However, let me also add that in terms of Rule 9, Sub-Rule 1, conventions and practices relating to the business of the House and its committees and forums are established by agreement amongst political parties and parliamentary office bearers and may be varied by agreement amongst them and reviewed from time to time as decided by the Rules Committee. This is thus a matter that the Chief Whip's Forum, Honourable Chief Whip of the largest party, should attend to so that we then proceed in the 7th Parliament with a common understanding. In light of that, the Honourable Malema may proceed with his speech.
Thank you very much. House Chair, I understand why the representatives of imperialist forces will want to silence this voice. And that's why they will stand up to raise unnecessary questions. House Chairperson, the first remark we wish to make is that there was a very little engagement politically. If anything, people want to blackmail us about aid and all sorts of things. But they know very well that there is no reason related to any wrongdoing by South Africa which has led to U.S.A. cutting its own aid. You can't say Donald Trump must be elected today and the following day he makes executive orders, and then you come here and blame the South African government as if the South African government did not do anything in between. That was a predetermined outcome where he wanted to come into office and punish South Africa for its position on Palestine and many other issues. We must be very clear that we are not going to agree to any form of bullying by anyone. It's a lie that there is farm killings in South Africa. Actually, those who are married in farms and owning farms, they kill each other for money, for policy monies. The farmers themselves kill each other for greedy reasons. The farm workers kill the farmers because they rape them in exchange for money and do not pay them, like Eugene Terreblanche did when he raped a farm worker and did not want to pay. We cannot be told that there are farm murders in South Africa when the farmers themselves are actually killing the farm workers. It was the white farmers who killed 2 women in Polokwane and fed them to the pigs. It's a complete lie that white people are being killed in South Africa. If anything, white people live in privilege, and that's what Donald Trump knows. You cannot say Donald Trump is misinformed. They've got the best intelligence equipment in the whole world. They even have a military base next to South Africa in Botswana to listen to every conversation we have. They can tell you what is in private conversation in the executive and everywhere else. They don't need AfriForum. They are using AfriForum as a scapegoat to punish us politically. And we ought to be very clear about that. When the aid came into South Africa at the first place, it was not to help Africans. It was imperialist forces putting the aid into South Africa so that they can control South Africa. And use that aid to always say to you, if you take a political stand against the imperialist forces, we'll always cut the aid. So we ought to have known even then that we're not supposed to entirely rely on the U.S.A. I'm very happy that the Minister of Health is speaking about possible interventions that can be made to avoid that aid of America. We can do with every help but we will never accept help that say we must allow the perpetuation of white privilege. We cannot allow the whiteness to prevail in South Africa because we want to save life. We will save life. America did not save us during apartheid. Children were murdered in 1976. Children were murdered in the 80s. Where was America against apartheid? If America had anything to save an African life, it's a lie. They never wanted to save us. They were never there for us before. Palestine was there for us. Cuba was there for us. Russia was there for us. America will never choose friends for us.
Honorable
we
member,
will choose our own
your
friends.
time
Thank
is
you
now
very much.
expired. Thank you. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The next speaker is the Honorable Kumbaka.
Honorable members, we have come before this House today to affirm our unwavering commitment to building a better South Africa, a better Africa, and a better world. The African National Congress, at its 55th National Conference, resolves that despite the many challenges we face in our continent, we remain confident in Africa's future. We believe that Africa will continue to grow and thrive and will become a new frontier for global production and development. We also assert that in order to build a better world, all global political, developmental, and financial institutions must be fundamentally overhauled to serve the needs of all countries and all peoples. The ANC's 2024 election manifesto reaffirmed our commitment to supporting development and peace efforts on our continent and across the world, strengthening trade and investment links with other countries, and working towards the reform of international bodies. We also committed ourselves to increasing the voice of developing countries in multilateral institutions and advancing progressive internationalism and solidarity with the peoples of Palestine, Western Sahara, Cuba, and other progressive nations. Now, honorable members, on the 7th of February 2025, the President of the United States of America signed an executive order to firstly stop providing aid or assistance to South Africa and to promote the resettlement of Afrikaner refugees to the U.S. This order was based on the following allegation, and I quote, "Shocking disregard of the Republic of South Africa's citizens' rights through the recently enacted Expropriation Act 13 of 24 to enable the government to seize ethnic minority Afrikaners' agricultural property without compensation," close quote. Honorable members and fellow South Africans, it is obvious that President Donald Trump's order was based on the misinformation by the South African racist groups, namely AfriForum and Solidarity, who are the non-governmental wing of the Democratic Alliance and Freedom Front Plus. The DA has also recently completed a bogus working visit to the United States of America, and some members seated here today were part of that pseudo process. We need to state categorically to all white supremacist political parties and their right-wing NGOs that in terms of Section 84 of the Constitution, which is the powers and functions of the president, is that foreign policy is the exclusive domain of the state. Even Oranje is not a state, it is a farm in the banks of the Orange River in the Republic of South Africa. South Africa is a sovereign republic with a head of state who is President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. As the ANC, we reiterate the President's words in his State of the Nation address speech that we will not be bullied. Honorable members, the decision by the United States government to halt aid in South Africa and to invite so-called Afrikaner refugees presents an opportunity for our nation to reaffirm its sovereignty and also strengthen economic resilience and deepen strategic partnerships. While international cooperation remains important, South Africa has the capacity to drive its own developmental agenda, aligning with our long-term vision for a self-sufficient, prosperous, and globally influential nation. We must strive to chart our development path, focusing on industrialization, infrastructure development, job creation, and technological innovation. Our economic policies prioritize inclusive growth, sustainable development, and investment in key sectors such as energy and agriculture and manufacturing. We must mobilize domestic resources while forging partnerships that respect our national interests. Honorable members, South Africa remains a key player in multilateral organizations such as the United Nations, the African Union, and BRICS and G20. We advocate for a free and balanced international system. We believe in a multipolar world where no single nation dominates global affairs. Through BRICS and the AU, we continue to push for reforms in global governance institutions like the UN Security Council, amplifying Africa's voice in decision-making on international peace, security, and development. Honorable members, the AU's Agenda 2063 provides a blueprint for a prosperous, integrated, and peaceful Africa. South Africa is committed to achieving continental and economic integration and intra-Africa trade, and most importantly, youth and women empowerment. The US decision will not deter us from our goal of regional collaboration, industrial growth, and investment in human capital. South Africa remains deeply committed to South-to-South cooperation while strengthening economic and diplomatic ties with nations in the global South. By expanding partnerships with countries in Asia, Latin America, and Africa, we reduce dependency on Western aid and foster trade, investment, and knowledge-sharing initiatives. BRICS in particular provides an alternative platform for financing development projects, supporting infrastructure and enhancing economic stability outside of traditional Western financial institutions. South Africa's engagement with the global community is guided by key principles. These include the respect for the sovereignty of the state and ensuring that all nations have the right to self-determination and independent decision-making. Furthermore, we advocate for non-interference in the internal affairs of other states and the principle that domestic issues should be resolved by the people of that country without external imposition. Bantu baseMzantsi Afrika, as I close, Steve Biko says, and I quote, "The great powers of the world may have done wonders in giving the world an industrial look, but the great gift still has to come from Africa, giving the world a more human face." Let's continue with our efforts on the global stage to dismantle the legacy of colonialism and imperialism. The halt in U.S. aid is not a setback, but an opportunity to assert our independence, reinforce multilateralism, and deepen South-to-South cooperation. South Africa will continue to lead in Africa's economic transformation, advocate for a fair and just global order, and champion the principles of self-reliance, regional integration, and sustainable development. Our commitment to building a better Africa and world remains unwavering, and it will remain like that. We will not be bullied, and we will continue with the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Paul.
Honourable Chairperson, I stand at this podium today as a proud South African, invested in the unity, stability, and prosperity of this great nation. We as South Africans must never allow ourselves to become divided by external actors who embody ideals that are diametrically opposed to our democratic values. We as South African political leaders have an obligation to represent our national interest, to work together to foster unity and growth, and to improve the lives of all of our people by ensuring that we act with wisdom. Honourable members, the sudden termination of PEPFAR funding last week sent shockwaves throughout the world, and I reiterate the deep sympathy expressed by my colleagues for the more than 15,000 healthcare workers who have now lost their jobs without fair notice, and the hundreds of thousands of patients who have lost access to critical life-saving care. For many decades, the US played a vital role in our economy as a key trade and investment partner and a global ally in the fight against HIV. We are deeply grateful to the American people and previous US administrations for having supported millions of the most vulnerable South Africans with such care and grace for so many decades. Whilst it is absolutely the prerogative of the US administration to put America first, the immediacy of the aid termination without adequate notice that allows African governments to implement contingency plans is going to reverse decades of progress made in the fight against AIDS and is, in my view, deeply inhumane. It is difficult to imagine that one group of South Africans could be offered refugee asylum by the same administration that has now cut off life-saving care that keeps hundreds of thousands of vulnerable South Africans alive. This action is simply not consistent with our long-standing shared democratic values. Whilst acknowledging the callousness of this recent action, it goes without saying that the previous ANC-led government did little to defend democratic values in a way that builds strong and reliable partnerships. Fraternizing with the enemies of the very values upon which our constitutional democracy is founded has indeed come at the expense of our country's international reputation and is now directly undermining our future economic growth prospects. Honourable Speaker, the GNU presents an historic opportunity for a reset, including a full reform of South Africa's economic and foreign policy agenda, ensuring that together as South Africans, we seize the moment to charter a more stable and prosperous future. As proud South Africans, we must recognize that the unity of our nation is fundamental to this debate. The formation of the GNU is a testament to the strength of our democracy in South Africa and our collective determination to place the interests of our people above partisan politics. This has not been easy. South Africa's foreign policy under the leadership of the GNU must now focus on prioritizing our national interest in order to address our developmental needs. This does not mean aligning with any single set of global alliances, but rather working to position South Africa as a consistent and a reliable partner for trade, economic investment, and global cooperation. As Africa's most resilient economy and democracy, South Africa is a crucial hub for international businesses, including over 600 American firms that have chosen our nation as their base of operations. The increasingly interconnected and transactional world that we function in today compels mutual cooperation. Pandemics, food insecurity, and climate change require partnership. The maintenance of the global rules-based international order requires partnership. Alliances amongst democracies have and will continue to be necessary in maintaining global peace and stability. In this increasingly hostile time, South Africa must now lead from the front. In representing my great country's interests, I would like to call on the United States government, including the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, to recognize the strategic importance of maintaining strong ties with the global community of democracies, because the future of our world depends on this. Thank you.
Honourable Members, the last speaker is the Honourable the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation.
Thank you, House Chairperson. It was a great sign of Africa, President Kwame Nkrumah, who once said, "We face neither east nor west, we face forward." These honourable members is the foreign policy outlook of the Republic of South Africa. Indeed, we as South Africa face neither east nor west, we face forward and we are moving forward. We welcome this pivotal debate called by Honourable Malema. While we acknowledge the invaluable contribution of PEPFAR to our health system and the whole continent, we should not bemoan the sovereign decision of the United States of America to revise its U.S.A. policy, but seize this moment as a catalyst for change. We must act in unison to mitigate the negative impact of the U.S. aid cuts. We must seize this moment to reconceptualize our global system and ensure that our domestic imperatives serve our nation efficiently and sustainably. Section 231 of the Constitution provides that foreign policy is the responsibility of the National Executive, which is vested in the President. Ms. Powell, the GNU does not supersede the Constitution. There is no party in the GNU that can go to any foreign country to represent South Africa's interest. You can go represent the interest of your party. It's a right that all parties have, but not the national interest of the people of South Africa. Our Constitution protects the rights of all citizens to protest as we used to protest to fight against unjust laws of apartheid. There is nothing unjust in our Constitution for Solidarity and AfriForum to protest for in Washington. Our struggles were for the common good of all and not for a select race. They have positioned themselves against the people of South Africa. As we mark Human Rights Month, we remain committed to the democratic socio-economic transformation agenda of our country to reverse the legacy of colonialism and apartheid dispossession, discrimination and marginalization. Our Constitution enjoins us to build a just and equitable South Africa in which all shall share in its prosperity. Honorable House Chair, we remain steadfast in advancing international peace and security through inclusive dialogue and peaceful political settlement of disputes in the African continent and beyond. Honorable Speaker and members, for 30 years, South Africa and America enjoyed sound bilateral relations. Whenever we had differences, we tackled them through constructive dialogue. Just as we value the strategic partnership with the U.S., so we do with countries from the global north. This is encapsulated under the pillar of North-South dialogue in our foreign policy. In short, it is about dialogue and partnership, not paternalism or imperialism. We place great value on our sovereignty, independence, and autonomy, while committing to engagements with all states, including the United States. Honorable House Chair, in terms of our policy orientation, we are not in place of confrontation and antagonism. We are in the business of diplomacy and dialogue. But this should never be viewed as timidity and weakness. We will continue to remain firm in this regard. Hence our President's mantra that we will not be bullied. The U.S. is South Africa's biggest trading partner in the world after China. There are 601 U.S. firms that have invested in South Africa, many using South Africa as a gateway to other African countries. These companies range from technology and finance, manufacturing and industry, healthcare and pharmaceutical, energy and mining. Their investment is a huge testament of confidence in South Africa's potential for growth and development. South Africa is the largest exporter to the U.S. in the African continent. South Africa-U.S. bilateral trade stands at 21 billion rand in 2023. South Africa also exports to the U.S. 13.9 billion rands. We import at the value of 7.2 billion rands. South Africa's global exports are distant for U.S. average 2021 to 2023. From 2019 to 2024, the U.S. ranked as South Africa's agricultural exports destination. South Africa exports to the U.S. platinum, motor vehicles, reaction initiators, ferrolus, citrus, jewelry, nuts, chemicals, wines, engines and turbines, and ships and boats. There are currently about 22 South African companies invested in the U.S., providing about 6,900 jobs. So the relationship is mutually beneficial. It's not a one-way street, it's a two-way traffic. There is huge exchange of knowledge between South Africa and the U.S. universities. That is mutually beneficial. We've gained a lot in the exchange of new technologies between the two countries. It is a country who can continue to gain in the field of new technologies and taking our country to greater heights. In the context of multilateral trade, South Africa remains an active champion of reforms that prioritize development and equity. Our worldview is therefore universal and not narrow. We are concerned with the well-being of others as well-being is linked to ours too. Speaker, the world is rapidly changing. Interdependence is pitted against competition. Cooperation is being shifted in favor of conflict. For us, values are placed at the altar of transactions. A growing body of evidence indicates that the actions of the current U.S. administration can be understood through what is preferred as the Project 2025. To elaborate, Professor Albert at Princeton University, whose research and teaching focus on political campaigns and public policy, argues that nearly all actions taken in the President Trump's second administrations were outlined in 2022 in a plan called Project 2025. Here is an extract on U.S. aid from that plan, and I quote, U.S. foreign aid has been transformed into a massive and open-ended global entitlement program captured by and enriching the progressive left. The next conservative administration should scale back U.S. aid global footprint by at a minimum returning to the agency's 2019 pre-COVID-19 pandemic budget level. It should de-radicalize U.S. aid programs and structures and build on the conservative reforms instituted by the Trump administration. Close quote. There is no question that executive orders churned out rapidly are in step with this mandate. In addition, speeches by U.S. office bearers illustrate a notable shift towards this perspective. South African government has maintained peace as the only viable solution to the Ukraine conflict. We were cajoled in isolating Russia, even to the point of being accused of arming the Russians. As we speak, the United States of America is stating that the only peace that can be viable solution to the Ukraine conflict and exclusively engaging with Russia. What we called for earlier, now the world is moving in that direction. This current moment in geopolitics has proven that our principled, non-aligned foreign policy approach is the correct approach. We have to stand by our principle, no matter what, and it is because of this that everyone is now coming to the table, that all parties to the Ukraine conflict must be called back to have a meaningful dialogue and to achieve peace. Our response to this rapidly shifting sense should include collaboration and partnership and strategies to be less reliant on foreign assistance. We as a country have to build our own domestic capabilities to be self-sustainable. In 2022, the African Union adopted the new public health order aimed at promoting greater self-reliance in health agendas. It calls for, and I quote, strengthen public health institutions, domestic resource mobilization, local manufacturing of health products, health workforce development, respectful and action-oriented partnerships. This is the way forward and must be implemented by us as a nation and the African continent as a whole. Our experience with COVID-19 pandemic taught us a great deal. COVID-19 taught us that we must become self-reliant or face being at the mercy of rich nations in the West, who proved themselves capable of acts like holding life-saving vaccines and giving us Africans the leftovers. It must not happen again, and it will not happen. We, under the leadership of Minister Mtsoaledi, we must continue to build self-reliance in our manufacturing capabilities to respond to these challenges. We owe it to ourselves and future generations to build a robust, self-sufficient and sustainable health infrastructure. The gains we have made over the last 2 decades are fragile. Without sustained investments to bolster the national response to pandemics and viruses, the future human and economic costs will be heavy. As the Minister of Health has already highlighted in the debate, we must continue to be self-sufficient to safeguard our continent's future. But in the spirit of progressive internationalism, we will engage all, including the country that will succeed us as the G20 president, the United States of America, not only at home, but also in terms of enhancing global health security. It is a great privilege that this opportunity occasioned by these shifts takes place at a time when we hold the G20 presidency. We will choose Ubuntu diplomacy, emphasizing mutual benefit, solidarity, and cooperation. We will not give up on equal rights and equal opportunities and equal rules as a basic principle of multilateralism. We will continue to ensure that we build alliances across the globe to make our economy self-reliant and respond to the investment challenges that we'll continue to face. We face neither East nor West, so we'll continue working with the countries in all countries to build multilateral platforms. We shall fight to be free. We will build our own society, in our own society. We will sing our own song, Amandla Awetu. This is an extract, Sing Our Own Song, written and performed by the British reggae UB40. The song was created as an anti-apartheid song, faced censorship in South Africa, featuring the ANC rallying cry, Amandla Awetu. It is regarded as a significant protest song of that era. Our foreign policy echoes this spirit. We will indeed build our own society. In our own society, we will sing our own song. We must build our own self-reliance so that we can sing our own song. We must continue to march forward, build industrialization that will respond, and continue to cooperate and build partnerships across the globe that will respond to these emerging challenges. Amandla Ngawethu. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, that concludes this debate. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture on oversight visit to Eastern Cape from 8 to 11 October 2024.
The chairperson of the committee, the Honourable Mglua, to introduce the report.
Honourable Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture conducted an oversight visit to the Eastern Cape from 8 to 11 October last year. This report details our findings, observations and recommendations following our engagements with various institutions and projects in the province. Our visit was prompted by concerns raised regarding heritage infrastructure projects jointly implemented by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the Public Works. Among these, the Sarah Bartman Center of Remembrance, a long outstanding project, has required urgent attention. The committee findings on Sarah Bartman Center is as follows. The project remains incomplete after nearly a decade, with costs escalating from 164 million to 279 million. Site neglect, poor security and financial mismanagement have further delayed the progress. A new contractor appointed in early 2024 faced financial and logistic issues leading to contract cancellations. There is a lack of accountability, consequence management, prolonging project delays. The committee recommendation to the Sport, Arts and Culture Department is to secure the site to prevent further deterioration, hold a high-level meeting between all relevant stakeholders to address the governance issues, implement consequence management for officials responsible for delays of mismanagement, review of contractual clauses 38.55 and 38.56 to prevent unnecessary expenditure. During the committee's oversight to the South African Library for the Blind, the institution serves as over 1 million visually impaired South Africans. While the committee observed a recent refurbishment in the building to improve facilities, funding in all cases remains a challenge. High cost for braille book production, a shortage of skilled languages, professionals and insufficient training for teachers of visually impaired students are key concerns. During our deliberations, the committee recommended that the department should work close with the Department of Basic Education to support visual impaired learners. It is also recommended that the department should address the ongoing salary stagnation unchanged for almost 16 years. Honourable members, despite an expanded mandate to include all South African language, committee members raised concerns on the finding limitations of our Mwazi Museum, the ability to collect and preserve literature, the rising of municipal cost, outdated infrastructure, and inadequate maintenance support, and a lack of public engagement. During our visit to the Mandela Bay Theatre Complex, members learned that the theatre remains closed for refurbishment, the high operational costs and rental expenses for 220,000 rand a month, adding to this financial strain, while delays in capital works continue to affect developments. This theatre complex must seek cost-effective space alternatives and strengthen their financial management. Something drastically needs to be done to prevent further audit disclaimers. Honourable Chairperson, the committee also visited the various sport infrastructure. These visits reveal a mix of well-managed and neglected projects. One of the committee's favorite facilities and project managed by a female is the legendary Marcel and Kenton-on-Sea sport fields. It has thrived under community ownership. This project has shown that collaboration between municipalities, federations, and educational institutions remains essential. Honorable Chairperson, the Eastern Cape holds immense cultural and sporting potential. The report calls for decisive action and enhanced service delivery and accountability. The Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture will continue to monitor these developments and ensure that South Africans benefit from these initiatives. I hereby, Honorable Chairperson, table this report for consideration. I thank you.
Thank you. Political parties wishing to make a declaration will now have an opportunity to do so. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Honourable Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture's oversight visit to the Eastern Cape was marked by shock, heartbreak and horror. We witnessed the complete misuse and disappearance of state funds along with the abandonment of critical public infrastructure. My speech, therefore, reads more like a eulogy than it does anything else. We visited the Sarah Baartman Center for Remembrance in Hankey, meant to honor the legacy of Sarah Baartman, a Khoi woman who comes from the Gamtoos Valley, who was brutally robbed of her dignity and exploited in European freak shows. Upon arrival, we were met with the misspelling of her name at the entrance. And I want to say that if they could fumble her name at the entrance, logic would dictate that they would fumble the money as well. And the site itself was riddled with shoddy workmanship, dilapidation, and complete dereliction. And to our horror, Sarah Baartman's gravesite had been tampered with. Speaker, I want to paint the picture of what 243.7 million rand of taxpayer money had been used for. It went to contractors and consultants who ran into cash flow problems and could not get the job done. Contractors and consultants who did not even hire security from Hankey itself. Contractors and consultants who have yet to be held accountable. Speaker, 243.7 million rand is the equivalent of 950 RDP houses. It is also the equivalent of 70 kilometers of tarred road. And it is also the equivalent of giving every single house in Hankey solar power. This Center of Remembrance had the opportunity to bring meaningful economic growth to the residents of Hankey. But the local tourism and construction sectors would have also grown massively if it weren't for misuse and mismanagement on such a large scale. Honourable Chairperson, we must think of the bread we could have put on the table of the residents of Hankey. We must think of how bringing more economic growth to this town would have brought economic activity and jobs to the town. Because behind every single job is a face. And behind every single face is a family. And behind every single family is a community. And if we could change the reality of the community of Hankey, we could bring jobs to the community of Hankey through the completion of this center. And after visiting this center, the committee visited multiple different sporting projects that were considered as sports infrastructure. Honourable Chairperson, as I stand here today, I would like to confirm to you that what we visited was the opposite of sports infrastructure. In Addo, we saw a multi-purpose center that will cost taxpayers 32 million rand. It features a soccer field that has more potholes and speed bumps than a road in the city of Johannesburg. And it also features changing rooms that are about 100 meters away from the netball courts on the other side of the field. Half constructed with an incomplete pavilion which has incomplete changing rooms in an incomplete sports complex. And this 32 million rand project stands in stark contrast to the two centers we saw at Kenton-on-Sea that cost 7 million rand each. Both fully functional and both absolutely operational. So the question remains, who are these projects about? Are they about the consultants, the contractors and the cadres? Or are they about the communities and the taxpayers that pay for these projects? It is unfathomable that our communities can be expected to be satisfied with these facilities that they desperately need. Honourable Chairperson, among others, we visited the Nelson Mandela Bay Theatre Complex, an entity under the department that gets horrible audit outcome after horrible audit outcome, and believe it or not, costs 220,000 rand in rent per month to conduct its operations in rent. The sites mentioned in the speech, Honorable Chairperson, represent one need, the need for an urgent evaluation of government spending and efficiency. As the DA, we support and welcome the committee's consistent recommendations to name the contractors and consultants responsible for these projects, as well as calling for urgent consequence management. This is in the name of good governance and safeguarding the interests of our communities and all tax-paying South Africans. The DA supports this report.
The MK.
Samuel Stulu, Tani MK Party, member of Portfolio ya Sports, Arts and Culture. Ifambile na committee ya ina Eastern Cape. Ya nangutisa miako leyo ka inga helangi kufana na Sarah Bathman kokwani wa hina. Imfumo muni wo fuma swisiwana. Imfumo muni wo ka unga heti miako ya vaakatiko hi ku angarhela. 243 million is too much. Aka miako nga helangi. Kungari wona ntsena jikelele Afrika Dzonga hinkwako swilo leswi n'wina mi swi endlaka va ANC a swi humi ndleleni. Miri amandla vanhu va ku mahina ku vende amandla awenu, not for community of South Africa. Miako hinkwayo leyi mi nga yendla loko mi susi President Jacob Zuma mi teki miako liya ya vanhu va South Africa mi yendla damu ra ti-corruption. Hiku ami heti miako ya n'wina, ami hloniphi vavasati. Mani lava va dlawa ku vava, va xanisiwa, va endliwa nhlonge. N'wina na namuntlha ami la ku heta mi thola tikontraka hi ku hambanahambana ku ri mi kota ku dya. Loko hi lava ku lunghisa miako hinkwayo leyi nga kona Afrika Dzonga, n'wina va ANC mi nga onha loko hi ya ka ti-site visit amiyi. Hikuva hi n'wina mi nga onha. You cannot go to site visit when you know you are the one who did the problem to not unfinished project. Hi n'wina. Namuntlha mi yima la mi ti buma vanhu va ANC. My former aye. You are the cause of the problem in South Africa. Any structure, the whole non-province, is because of you and you. Namuntlha mayima mi buma hi swilungu swa n'wina ku endeni vaakatiko va Afrika Dzonga va le ku hluphekeni. Vavasati mi va hloniphi, mi lava ku fuma swisiwana. Mina vukungundwani byo ka byi nga heli. Loko mi endla ti-project ta n'wina mi lava mali ya ku campaigna hi yona. Ni vula n'wina va ANC. Mi endla vukungundwani ehenhla ka vana va n'wina. How can you do the problem on your own? Today you are lying to the people of South Africa. You say, we'll do this and this. Because you are modifying your corruption. Mi bambetela corruption bya n'wina vukungundwani bya n'wina. I know you. You know me. Loko hi nghena ka tiprojekete hinkwato ku fana na le Pulukwani a Giyani swi tele mo ka mi nga hetangi unfinished project for you. GNU, we mean government not united. Va ku nghena sweswi ba ti-project ya Sarah Bathman yi teka over 10 years mi nge le ku yi heteni. Namuntlha you are smiling. You are smiling like it's a wedding, it's a party. The project at the helangi. Mitlela njani mitiva ku you've been stealing and stealing and stealing. How can you sleep? What are you dreaming? Because
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
Nikesin, mara everything is aye.
The EFF.
Greetings to the CIC and the mighty EFF. The economic freedom fighters fully and actively participated in the Eastern Cape oversight visit and therefore agrees with the observations and recommendations presented by the report. The report gives us a proper diagnosis of challenges faced by the entities we visited. The EFF further appreciates that a number of its inputs and policy positions have found expression in the recommendations made by the report, and as such, it became easy for the committee to adopt our proposed slogan, #We follow the money. A commitment to accountability that has been missing for far too long under the ANC majoritarian rule that bullied the adoption of false and cover-ups reports. House Chair, the report paints a gloomy and painful picture of neglect, disarray, abandonment of a project named after one of the country's worthy ancestors, Sarah Baartman. It's a report that uncovers the wickedness of greed and corruption that has led to siphoning of more than 200 million of South African taxpayers' money without accountability. Inasmuch as the issue of accountability is emphasized, the EFF calls for the Speaker of this House to write to both Minister Dean McPherson and Minister Gayton McKenzie and invite them to come and give full report to this Parliament on what they have since done. Firstly, to hold their departments accountable. Secondly, on what clear plans do they have to complete the center that has taken over 10 years without completion, but ballooning costs. House Chair, during the entire visit, what became commonly observed, it is how arts and culture component is constantly neglected, especially when it comes to infrastructure development. To bring the neglected arts and culture sector to the fore, in line with the EFF's manifesto on sports, arts and culture, and the EFF's non-negotiable pillar on nationalization of strategic sectors of our economy, the EFF has collectively agreed to present a private member's bill before this House. The bill that seeks to establish a self-governing body by an act of parliament, similarly to SASCOC, which will be sector-based, fully accountable to parliament, and strictly governed by all relevant laws, including international laws and policies where South Africa is a signatory to such. The success of Marcel and Kenton on sea sport fields, they surely border on the need of
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
Against badly abused regulation of municipal supply chain.
Thank you.
The EFF supports the report.
The IFP.
Honourable Chair, the IFP acknowledged the oversight visit report. The visit provided critical insights into the state of the sport and heritage infrastructure, particularly Sarah Baartman's Center of Remembrance. Mr. Speaker, of a special concern to us as the IFP is the committee's findings on the Sarah Baartman Center of Remembrance, which highlighted severe project delays, financial mismanagement and accountability deficiencies. The project cost has escalated to 279 million, yet remaining unfinished, pledged by the contractor failures, site security issues, and mismanagement of the funds. Secondly, concern for us in the report is the deterioration of the grave site, of lack of adequate security measures, which raise the serious concern about the preserving Sarah Batman's legacy with the dignity it deserves. We reiterate the need for urgent in the security, the grave site, implementing robust oversight mechanism and ensuring the project completion without further wastage. As the IFP Speaker, we echo the committee appeals for the Minister of Sport, Art and Culture and the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to meet the
Now expired.
The IFP support.
The PA.
Honorable House Chair, good afternoon, all honorable members. It's a privilege and an honor to speak on the work of the Portfolio Committee of Sports, Arts and Culture, of which spearheaded by the best minister, His Excellency, Minister of Ubunkono, Minister of Happiness, His Excellency Gayton McKenzie. House Chair, we are delighted to see the report indicating that the budget allocation in the aim of transforming and building capacity in the arts and culture sector of 198.9 million over the medium term is allocated, and the financial support to 66 capacity building projects in the cultural and creative sector of 20.7 million, allocated to award language bursaries to 750 qualifying students. We have no doubt that the Honourable Minister Mackenzie will ensure that all races, black, white, coloured and Indian, will benefit from these projects. By prioritizing equitable access to resources and opportunities, this committee has shown a commitment to empowering marginalized communities and celebrating South Africa's diverse cultural identity. House Chair, we note the observation of the committee. We are very happy for the work done by this committee. But I also want to take this opportunity for the few time that's left to highlight a problem that we've cited, Honourable Minister and Committee Chairperson and members. The Warriors Franchise Football Club fielded a player against the Dolphins in KZN. Cricket South Africa called them in and said they must walk the red carpet for fielding a coloured player when they wanted an African player in particular. The coach of the Warriors was called in and so was the chairperson of EP Cricket. Honourable members.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you. We cannot oppress our coloured athletes.
Thank you.
We support the report submitted by the Portfolio Committee. I thank you.
The FF Plus. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. Can I borrow the 2 minutes from the FF Plus?
They're not here to say whether you can, so no.
To the happy minister, I would like to appeal to you and to appeal to the members that we spend a lot of money going on oversight on things that we know, instead of coming up with solutions for the mess that we have created. I would urge the minister to appeal to the president to consider a generic proclamation that would empower the SIU to investigate all these areas of neglect and mismanagement with a simple motto that those that were involved that have not given us value for money must bring back the money. We have a corruption pandemic, and unless we get on top of it, nothing we do will be of value. I just want the honorable members to understand that schools and sports facilities offer a way out of the ghetto. That is how youth stay away from drugs. And when we do not give them the facilities and alternatives for them to grow to be better citizens, we are derelict in terms of our duty. Action SA calls for proper oversight, consequence management, and good financial management in order to ensure that taxpayers' money is not wasted. And lastly, I would like all of us to look at the negative impact of municipalities that make it impossible to have not-for-profit facilities that aid social cohesion. The issue of taxes for social clubs and services needs to be addressed, where exemptions need to be offered to structures that are for the benefit of society. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ICDP, the UDM, Rise. Oh, the UDM. Welcome, non-danger.
Honorable Chair, inhlungu kaSarah Batman iyaqhubeka nangaphaya kwencwaba. Eyona ibuhlungu nangakumbi kukuba uyenziwa ngabantu abenza ngathi bamkhathalele. Her life, a tale of exploitation and dehumanization, is a constant reminder of the cruelty and injustices of the past. She was treated as an object to be paraded in Europe, her dignity stripped away for the amusement of colonizers. The Sarah Batman Center of Remembrance was envisioned as a monument to her resilience, a space to honor her, educate future generations, and heal and scarred patterns of abuse. While the cost escalated from 160 million to 247 million, more than a decade later, the center is still only 37% complete. This is not merely a failed project. This is a betrayal of Sarah Batman's legacy, and it is an insult to the taxpayers. 3 questionable construction companies were used to produce the 37% work. This is clear evidence of the ongoing mismanagement. The UTM demands an immediate independent forensic investigation into the spending, contracts, and decision-making process of this project. We demand that those responsible for this scandal, whether through negligence or outright corruption, be held accountable. Sarah Batman makanga bilixhoba lamasela. We support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Rise.
Thanks, Chairperson. We are happy and satisfied with the work of the Portfolio Committee, so we support the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Bosa. The ATM. Al-Jamar.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Al-Jamar supports the report.
Thank you. The NCC. The POC. The UIT.
No declaration, Chairperson.
Thank you. Good. The ANC.
Point of order.
Yes, Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, can I just ask that you please ask the members in the tea room to keep the noise levels down? It's very noisy here at the back. Thank you.
Yeah, well, if they hear us from here, maybe their noise levels will be of such a nature that they don't even hear. But if you hear us in the tea room, please keep the noise levels down. Maybe Honourable Michalakis, you and some of the other whips can go and whip there. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable members, the African National Congress wishes to express its deep appreciation and commitment to the transformation and promotion of sports, arts and culture as a fundamental pillars for driving socio-economic development, fostering social cohesion and nation building. We recognize the historical and contemporary significance of the sector. The ANC remains steadfast in striving for the continued investment in infrastructure and policy reform and upholding the principles of accountability, transparency, and effective governance in driving inclusion and sustainable development. This oversight visit has highlighted the vital role of parliamentary oversight in ensuring the efficient functioning of government institutions and the delivery of services to our citizens. Our observation has identified significant achievements and pressing areas requiring immediate attention across various entities and projects within the sports, arts and culture sector. The oversight process has revealed significant challenges encountered by key institutions such as the Sarah Baartman Center of Remembrance, the South African Library for the Blind, the Amazwi Museum of Literature, and the Mandela Bay Theatre Complex. These challenges include project delays, budget overruns, maintenance concern, and operational constraints. Nevertheless, we also have seen inspiring examples of resilience, innovation, and community engagement, illustrating the potential of positive change when sufficient oversight and support is provided. Honorable members, we acknowledge the need to redress in several critical areas: project management, and accountability. The ongoing delays and cost escalation at Sarah Baartman Center of Remembrance highlights the urgent need for improved project management practices and stricter accountability measures. We call for the immediate implementation of consequence management for officials responsible for project delays and mismanagement of funds. Intergovernmental coordination is one of the challenges that we have picked up. The lack of effective coordination between departments, particularly evident in the maintenance challenges faced by entities like Amazwi Museum of Literature, must be addressed. We recommend the establishment of a dedicated task force, streamlined communication and cooperation between relevant government departments and entities. Furthermore, honorable members, we identify the following areas as crucial for ongoing oversight and improvement. Many entities face significant financial constraints, impacting their ability to fulfill their mandates effectively. We emphasize the need for innovative funding models and strategic partnership to enhance the economic sustainability of cultural institutions. The deterioration of vital infrastructure, such as the roof at Nelson Mandela Bay Theatre Complex, underscores the importance of comprehensive maintenance plans and adequate funding for upkeep. The success of projects like the sports field in Marshall and Kenton-on-Sea, the ANC-led municipality, demonstrate the positive impact of community involvement. We advocate for increased efforts to foster community ownership and participation in cultural and sporting initiatives. Honorable members, the African National Congress is resolutely committed to the principles of strong parliamentary oversight, recognizing the essential role in ensuring the effective functioning of our democracy and realization of our constitutional values. The recent oversight visit to the Eastern Cape has underscored the significance of on-site inspection, direct engagement with the stakeholders, comprehensive evaluation of project implementation. These activities have yielded critical insight informing our ongoing initiative to enhance service delivery and governance within the sports, arts and culture sectors. As we move forward, the ANC calls upon all political parties, civil society organizations, citizens to engage constructively in the oversight process. We recognize that effective oversight is a collective responsibility that requires vigilance, dedication, and a shared commitment to the principle of good governance. We reaffirm as the African National Congress our dedication to continuous improvement, parliamentary oversight, promoting accountability across all levels of government and unwavering pursuit for a more transparent, efficient, and responsive public sector. Through these efforts, we strive to build a South Africa that truly serves the needs and aspirations of our people. As the ANC, we truly support this report, and we support this report precisely because of it is our belief that as government we need to invest a lot of time in making sure that there is an application of consequence management, and those who have misspent or who have mismanaged the money of the public must be held accountable. But as part of our closure, I'll equally advise the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture that is doing good in sports, arts and culture, but what he must rather do is to avoid engagements or discussions that involves an analyzing or analysis of the international balance of forces. I'm saying this because of you cannot be, as a political toddler, without any ideological training, enter into a space that is highly complex and dynamic. With that being said, we thank you very much.
The Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you and honorable members. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? MK?
We object, Chair, and calling for a division.
Thank you. Honorable members, a division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
It was up.
Order, honourable members. The Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I've requested the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber to take the decision. They have confirmed that we do so. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against their party line may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed that we indeed have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is whether the report of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture on an oversight visit to the Eastern Cape from 8 to 11 October 2024 should be adopted or not. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter until voting is concluded. Whips, could you please confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The table will assist if necessary. Are the whips ready to record their votes on behalf of their members? The ANC.
Thanks, Chair. The African National Congress, with 75 members in the House, support the report.
The DA.
House Chair, the DA with 61 members present, vote in favour.
The MK.
The MK is not a jukebox.
No, Honourable Manye, please, just your numbers and how you vote.
We vehemently reject with 35 votes.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. EFF 33 in the House, supporting.
The IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. The IFP with 8 supports the report.
Thank you. Honourable members, please just keep the noise levels down so that we can hear the numbers in front. We're not getting any younger. The PA.
Thank you, House Chair. Patriotic Alliance with 9 members voting in favour.
Was it, just confirm that number, please. Was it 9 or 5?
9.
9. Thank you. The FF Plus. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Action SA with 2 members, we're voting in favour of the report. Thank you.
The ACDP. The UDM.
UDM with 2 members support the report.
RISE.
RISE 1 member, we support.
BOSA. The ATM. Al-Jamaa. The NCC. The PIC. The UAT.
UAT 1 member, we reject.
Good. Not present. Thank you. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. The ayes 191, the noes 36, 0 abstentions. The report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the 3rd order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on oversight visit to Eastern Cape Province from 8 to 11 October 2023.
The Chairperson, the Honourable Subrathri, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chairperson. There's 2 corrections. I'm not the Chairperson. I'm standing in for the Chairperson, the Honourable Kusela Sangoni Diko, and also the order paper reads, the year is 2023. On the order paper, it should read 2024. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Honorable members, the oversight visit to Eastern Cape was important to the committee in several ways, most important being that of exposing members directly to the programs of both the budget votes that fall under its mandate, namely that of communications and digital technologies and the government communication and information systems. More importantly, it allowed members to interact directly with citizens and to interrogate service delivery experiences. It was equally important that the committee engage local, municipal, and district structures to measure alignment and the impact of programs of both departments. There is general progress made by district municipalities towards developing their own ICT strategies, and this should be commended. The onus is on national government to ensure better coordination and alignment to national goals. House Chair, both the departments should ensure that there is no information asymmetry when implementing service delivery mandates. The success of delivery is underpinned by proper and equitable dissemination of information to all stakeholders, and failure to do that will delay the goals of government and potentially derail economic recovery. It is comforting, House Chair, to have witnessed that GCIS continues to expand the government communication system by collaborating with local government structures and supporting the functioning of communication units, such as was the case in the OR Tambo District Municipality and its local municipalities. GCIS ensures compliance with the National Communication Policy, and we must commend the dedication of the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and their staff in driving and coordinating GCIS. House Chairperson, there were several challenges witnessed during the oversight that need to be addressed and corrected. And through this report, Parliament will be able to hold accountable the executive and ensure that citizens receive the equitable service delivery that they depend on. SA Connect Broadband Project is an important state program aimed at connecting citizens to the internet, even in the most remote areas of our country. The committee was able to conduct oversight visits to schools, to clinics, to libraries, to municipal offices, and to households to interrogate the experiences of citizens in accessing the internet. The committee visited the Sigedle household in Ulugolweni village in Amaksesibeni, which was one of the 30 households connected in that village as part of the SA Connect policy. The house had unlimited Wi-Fi connection at a cost of 249 rands per month. This is testament, House Chair, of the efforts of government to provide affordable internet and create economic opportunities. As such, young Onele, the granddaughter of the household, is employed by a local internet services provider identified by the department, and she is involved in the sales and marketing of that product. Chairperson, an area that is of concern to us is the South African Post Office. South African Post Office, or SAPO, network infrastructure can potentially alleviate South Africa's infrastructure and service gap. SAPO is equipped with fiber infrastructure that can become a point of presence network, providing potential ICT access points that offer a broad range of services, including e-services, and extend the rural broadband. With such a vast network of post office branches, SAPO remains critical to consolidate government services. It remains a strategic institution with an important mandate to connect people to one another and people to the government in a fast evolving technological age. House Chair, the South African Post Office must remain in the hands of the state, not beholden merely to commercial interest, but committed to deliver on its universal services obligation as espoused in the Postal Services Act of 1998. Government cannot and should not shy away from unreservedly supporting the rescue and resuscitation of the post office by, amongst others, preserving, protecting, and extending its competitive advantage as provided for in the law, such as its exclusive license to provide postal services for parcels weighing under 1 kg. Chairperson, The committee will continue to pursue its interest through a joint meeting with the Standing Committee on Appropriations to engage on the role of National
Honourable
Treasury
Member, your time is expired.
in the quest to turn around the SAPO post office. I hereby table this report for consideration, and I thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Nkosi Sihlalo, I'm delivering this declaration on behalf of my member in the committee. The Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies undertook an oversight visit from the 8th to the 11th of October in 2023 to the Eastern Cape, visiting specifically the Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo municipalities, which happen to be my constituency as well. The portfolio faces a myriad of challenges and pressing issues, yet one must visit our most vulnerable communities to see the extent of damage and not just read reports in air-conditioned boardrooms. Like Helen Suzman famously said, go see it for yourself. Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo incorporate some of the most rural and impoverished parts of our country that I see daily. Information and communications technology is a pivotal economic enabler, which the government must tap into to deliver economic growth and jobs. For this to happen, several challenges must be addressed, which were at the fore of this visit and previous oversights across the country. The portfolio, for this to happen, the portfolio has several reporting entities which have conflicting mandates. An example is the Broadband, Enfranco and SA Connect, which both are tasked with expanding broadband infrastructure across our country. The unfortunate result of these entities having the same mandate is that less infrastructure is built while costs incurred by the department grows. These entities must be rationalized and focused on a core mandate to be able to deliver access to broadband to the most rural parts of our country. Crucial entities such as the South African Post Office, the SABC and Post Bank are built on outdated business models. SAPO is failing because previous government administrations were hell-bent on doing all the work themselves with fewer and fewer positive outcomes. We cannot bring quality postal services to those that need it the most in South Africa without the state partnering with the private sector. We are glad to see Minister Malatsi pursuing this, which is long overdue, and we wish him all the success in those endeavors. For the portfolio to be the engine of economic growth and job creation, it has the potential to be. The department and committee must establish a handful of core priorities to focus on during the parliamentary process, and here they are. 1, if we seek to connect more South Africans to high-speed internet, we must have a dedicated agency where resources can be channeled. Tied to this, we must consider the relevance of all entities reporting to the department and to be truthful about their future viability. Certain OSOEs will have to go, and we must be alive to that reality. Our country is so rich in entrepreneurial talent and diversity in the private sector. These critical skill carriers must be given a seat at the table. We also must not tolerate bad behavior from entities which account to us. Previous committees have been complicit in a range of improper actions, and this must stop. In conclusion, it is all good and well to tour around the country on taxpayer funds through oversight, but we must bring value or we will have to be held accountable for our failures. This portfolio has a lot of work ahead of it. We are ready to get to work. As the results we produce can either leave people behind or change their lives for the better. We must be obsessed with economic growth and jobs through communications and digital technologies, because the people of South Africa, in particular, are most vulnerable in rural areas needed the most. Jobs through access to internet is the only way. We support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The MK.
Chair, the report was not 2023 as the DA member says it was 2024. The oversight visit, Chair, as the Eastern Cape was an eye-opening and a sad reality, and the problem is the tendency of ANC and its siblings, CDA, of the syndrome of blue light. Why I say that, Chair, is that the community radio station, Flagstaff, has a member of the ANC as a board member and also has government officials in that board. They are funding because of that situation. because of this syndrome here, blue light, Chair. Chair, the ministers of GCIS and DCDT, mabakwenze ukuthi ama entities that report under them must pay SMMEs within the stipulated agreed policy at 30 days, because that saves job and provides the services kubantu esibathembisile. SMMEs are crucial for stimulating innovation, but more importantly for imisebenzi. It can't be that youth and expiring companies are sidelined on the economy of their community. Chair, as MK Party, we say imisebenzi must be for local SMMEs, not outsiders, and government must take advantage of training the locals if bangawazi umsebenzi. It's funny very much ukuthi sibone i-post office chair yase-Flagstaff ebe ineyinkomo ngaphandle inezinje ezifile and inuka futhi ingakliniwe masifika kuyona. The sad part is that abasebenzi balapho chair, they are now forced ukuthi babe ama-gardeners, ama-security, baphinde futhi bayenza nemisebenzi engaseyabona eyabo. But bona imisebenzi yabo, they are only tellers. The library was connected, chair, with the internet. But the problem is that every weekend, abantwana bafuna ukwenza imisebenzi yesikolo, they can't access that internet because of ivaliwe leyo library leyo. We further went to Mthatha, chair, where we found ukuthi there's duplication of installation of ama services lawo kumele siwafakele abantu. That is a waste of imali government. We find ourselves in that situation ngoba i-DTIS, i-DTC, i-GIS, the MDDA, they find themselves in the same problem ukuthi abazazi benzani. So chair, we are asking ukuthi akushintshe lento ye-blue light system ne-syndrome ephethe abantu be-ANC nebe-DA eyenza ukuthi ama-services angabaluleki ukuthi anikezwe ebantwini. Siyabonga.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, and greetings to the Commander-in-Chief and President of the EFF. House Chairperson, the EFF supports the report of the Portfolio Committee of the Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies on the oversight visit to the Eastern Cape. The oversight visits, which were in Alfred Nzo and Owar Tambo municipalities, focused on key programs such as the rollout of the SA Connect broadband policy and status update on the South African Post Office. As the EFF, we agree that vandalism and damage to infrastructure remains a major concern with regards to effective rollout of telecommunications and ICT infrastructure, and there needs to be access to information beyond increases in security. The EFF is of the belief that the department must explore the usage of non-valuable alternative materials to roll out ICT and telecommunications infrastructure, to discourage theft of materials such as copper and precious metals, and that should be done away with as part of ICT infrastructure development. The Mount Aleph Post Office was a perfect example of the root causes of the collapse of SAPO, with one of the reasons being its model of leasing private buildings to run its affairs. The EFF has said in the past and maintains that institutions such as the South African Post Office must operate in state-owned buildings to avoid incurring debts to landlords which pose a financial risk, and that the former building where this branch operated is now derelict is an indictment. Urgent interventions, financially with regards to operations, are required at SAPO, and the EFF remains firm that retrenchments and closures of SAPO branches are not a method of business rescue, but a method of destruction for purposes of privatization of postal and communications services. House Chairperson, and perhaps in closing, oversight refers to an act of individual members of Parliament or a committee going to an institution to ascertain whether such institutions serve a specified mandate. If we go to Bheki Mlangeni Hospital in Soweto as part of oversight as parliamentarians, and the nurses there tell us that there's no medication, then we can, as parliamentarians, return to this House and present a report collectively, agreeing that there's no medication in that hospital, and on such a basis we can support reports. We find it, therefore, to be a tragedy that when there is a misinterpretation of rejection as revolution by members of Parliament, we must plead with those who hold this notion not to recruit us into this delusion. And my advice to those with less experience would be that we have also been previously misled before by someone who trusted us with our parliamentary caucus to reject things for rejection's sake. And at times we were also given dry and uninspiring speeches at the last minute. I suggest you start your rejection there, not with meaningful parliamentary engagements. The EFF owes its loyalty to the people of South Africa and no one else. Members in this House and their affiliates must not make their illiteracy and misunderstanding of parliamentary work our problem. The EFF supports this report.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honorable House Chair,
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, can we please keep it down? We need to listen to a member on the podium. Continue, Honorable Stole.
Honorable Chairperson, the IFP acknowledged the finding of the oversight visit to the Eastern Cape and the pressing challenges facing community radio stations and the South African Post Office. Communities radio plays a vital role, yet stations remain burdened by Centec debt and poor network coverage. We urge GCIS and the department to develop a turnaround strategy and expand the connectivity to underserved areas. The collapse of SAPO has further limited access to essential services. The IFP support the full audit of SAPO infrastructure within 3 months and locations, government services within post office, building the improved sustainability. Communication and postal services are fundamentally to development and must be prioritized. The department must act urgently to implement this recommendation, restore services, and ensure accountability. In consideration of this report, the IFP do support the report, but okusele kancane Honorable Chairperson inkinga esibhekene nayo inkinga yokuthi abantu abahlupheka kakhulu ukuvalwa kwama-post office abantu basemakhaya, abantu basekuma-rural areas. Thina ke sisuka lapho siyabuza ubuhlungu uma abantu abadala bengakwazi ukufika lapho kufanele kufike khona. Ma kufanele bafike kufanele babhadale imali eyiningi. Ngaleyo ndlela ke sicela uhulumeni kanye ne-department ukuthi kwenziwe indlela zokuthi ku-speed up i-process yokulungisa ama-post office nanokuthi emakhaya ama-post office avuselelwe alungiswe kahle ngoba isimo esibhekene nawo ngisho emalokishini ama-post office wonke avaliwe abantu abadala bayahlupheka. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you, Chair. The report reflects on a statement by our state president. We must heed the call of our president. The report shows that whilst we are grappling with underutilization of our broadband infrastructure, the world is competing for a place in this rapidly technologically changing environment. With all our intelligence, we're still struggling to truly unite and collaborate, yet through artificial intelligence, a new form of imperialism is on the rise. According to Barbara Reynolds, chairperson of the UN Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent, open quote, facial recognition software used by government and police disproportionately affect people of African descent. In 2015, Google had to apologize after its image recognition app mistakenly labeled African Americans as gorillas, close quote. We must find an influential place in this arena so we can ensure our national spirit of unity in diversity in this digital space. Further considering the report, we must ensure that the 60% ad spend requirement enforced to benefit community radio stations. The report also indirectly implores us to zoom into, amongst others, the business rescue approach used for SOPA. We can't celebrate the creditors being paid whilst employees at some post offices must do their work and serve as cleaners as well. The state of South African Post Office, even under business rescue, reflected in the report, reminded me of a recent engagement with the BRPs where we questioned what appeared to be misleading the committee by their unilateral interpretation of the Companies Act, asserting that the Act does not allow for the alteration of business rescue. We support this report and we implore the Minister to investigate the alleged gross act of negligence. I thank you.
Speaker, the oversight visit by the committee to the Eastern Cape confirms what South Africans all know, and that the Post Office is another failed state entity. The Post Office is meant to play a pivotal role in improving access to basic services in previously underserviced communities, but it is failing dismally in this regard. Some of the observations from the oversight visit. Firstly, to Mount Aleph Post Office. The Post Office was closed a year ago and reopened a week before the oversight visit. It can only deliver and accept parcels. The staff consists of 2 members and 1 manager. Secondly, visit to the Flagstaff Post Office. 4 junior staff members work as tellers, but are also expected to clean up the place. The conditions were quite unhealthy, with the tellers still full of dust and the staff members working in a disgusting environment. Thirdly, visit to Port St. John's. The Port St. John's branch was without power for almost a year. The outlet has been subject to several house breaks and safes have been damaged in the process. Plans are in place to upgrade the security at the branch, as there are no proper lock-up facilities for face value stock and cash. Speaker, the Post Office is a repeat case of how corruption, incompetence and wastage impacts on the poorest of the poor. Rather than improving access to basic services in previously underserviced communities, the Post Office has become a cesspool of corruption, incompetence and wastage. Those living in underserved areas deserve better than a failing Post Office.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Apologies for not being able to call out other honourable members while dealing with the DCDT. Unfortunately, technology failed us. ACDP, UDM, RISE, POSA, ATM, Al-Jama, NCC, PAC, UAT, GOOD, the ANC.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans, the ANC supports the report. As the ANC, we remain committed to the idea of building a capable, ethical and developmental state. A state that supports and evaluates key projects implemented by its entities. Programs that speak to the implementation of the SA Connect broadband policy are central in ensuring the inclusion of previously disadvantaged people into the digital economy. While the Broadcasting Digital Migration Initiative remains a potential driver in realizing meaningful information for diversity and growth by ensuring SMMEs play a crucial part in the digital economy value chain. This is all brought together by the central obligation to ensure that the South African Post Office works. As such, any attempt by any political party to decentralize state assets will be vehemently opposed by the ANC. It is in this regard that we welcome the impactful results that we observed from broadband infraco, point of presence in Mdntv, which benefited the community by lowering the price to access data. This represents a starting point in ensuring that our communities have improved internet access and achieving universal access. Honorable members, when the delegation visited the Alfred Nzo District Municipality, it was fascinating to witness that the municipality had developed and adopted the broadband strategy in order to improve connectivity in the district. The results of this can be seen through the commencement of the second phase of the SA Connect project in the district. However, we have noted the degrading state that most of the post office infrastructure is in. The observations from the Flagstaff Post Office show the need for broader systematic transformation to ensure that such post office outposts serve the needs of the community. It is crucial, Honorable Chair, that the post office infrastructure is maintained and the business model is repositioned so that it is able to provide services to all, especially to the most rural communities of South Africa. The delegation again made note of the duplication of services between SETA and U.S.A. when it comes to providing connectivity to the Flagstaff Library. One can only wonder if there are any other duplication of services that are taking place from agencies that are reporting to the department and are meant to complement each other. Digital integration is meant to bring the change that our people need. When the delegation made a visit to the Flagstaff Clinic, we noted the efforts of U.S.A. to ensure that the health facility was Wi-Fi installed to assist local community members as well as staff. We acknowledge the room for improvement that exists. However, this serves as a key starting point for ensuring broader connectivity. As the delegation, we were encouraged to hear that Sajonisi Youth Radio Station, which serves as a central tool for young people in the region to access information, has been running efficiently. This has been achieved through commendable support of the MDDA, ensuring that there is a source of empowerment for young people. There are developmental efforts that are required for local radio stations to be significant sector players in the broadcasting space. Such an observation, Honorable Chair, has made it at Inkonjani Community Radio, where the station has a need for urgent intervention to stabilize its governance and compliance framework. The Portfolio Committee committed to providing the necessary support for such community initiatives to be supported by the entities reporting to the department. In ensuring expanded access to employment and other economic empowerment, we must ensure that our local municipalities have adequate support to guarantee the critical facilities are connected to the internet. It is in this regard that we know the implementation of the recently approved ICT governance framework and the charter of the OR Tambo District Municipality. It is through such efforts that governing power is handed back to the people, ensuring that the people do govern. For communities to be able to uplift themselves, they must have access to the digital economy. The people sharing in the country's wealth should be a mission we collectively work towards. The monitoring of government initiatives is necessary for ensuring accountability and growth. We encourage the department to implement and track recommendations made with conviction of transforming our people's lives. Once again, House Chair, the ANC supports the report. I thank you very much.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and I want to propose that the report be adopted. But I do want to indicate that the correction on the report, the date is 8th to the 11th of October 2024, as opposed to 2023, as mistakenly written on the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the report. The motion is that the report be adopted. The MK. Apologies, honorable members. We've reported the matter to IT. We seemingly have a problem with, but you'll be provided with a roving mic now so that we can be able to.
Thank you, Chair. We are not part of a stock fair, we reject and calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 60 seconds. Honorable members, I will remind members that a determination in accordance with the rules by the Speaker was outlined. A manual voting procedure will be used for this division. In order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. The table has confirmed that we do have the acquisite number of members and we do reach a quorum. The question before the House is that the report of Portfolio Committee of Communication and Digital Technologies on oversight visit to Eastern Cape Province from 8 to 11 October 2024 be adopted or agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter until voting is concluded. I will now afford the time to the whips to confirm the numbers and also say that do they agree or not. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC with 73 members support the report. Thank you.
The DA.
Hudson Bad.
Can we have a roving mic, please? Here is another one.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 54 members present vote in favour.
MK.
Thank you, Chair. The MK is not a jukebox. We reject with 27 members. Thank you.
EFF. EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. EFF is in the House voting in support. Thank you.
IFP. PA. Freedom Fund Plus. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Action SA with 2 members, we vote in support of the report.
ACTP. UDM. Rise.
Rise, 1 member, we support.
BOSA. ATM. Al-Jama. NCC. PAC. U.A.T. Good. Is there any other member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? The voting session is now closed. The results of the division will be given to members shortly. With no abstention, the results are as follows. The noes are 28 and the yes is 172. With that being said, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day. I will now invite the Honorable N. Gancho as the chairperson of the committee to introduce the report.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and Environment conducted oversight in Mpumalanga and Gauteng. The oversight visit focused on ensuring progress, accountability, and sustainability in wildlife beneficiation, conservation efforts, infrastructure upgrades, and public-private partnership funding of infrastructure. Honorable members, while South African National Parks has made significant progress in upgrading staff accommodation, tourism facilities, and water infrastructure, a quarter of its assets remain in poor condition. However, it is deeply concerning that beneficiation programs have yet to materialize due to ongoing disputes over beneficiation models between SANParks and local communities, compounded by the dysfunctionality of communal property associations. Equally troubling are the grievances of the communities surrounding the Komati power station, who feel that its decommissioning was executed abruptly, without adequate due diligence, consultation, comprehensive socio-economic impact studies, or a clear and inclusive plan for transitioning the facility into the renewable energy plant that safeguards local livelihoods and economic stability. The Portfolio Committee will make a follow-up on these matters to ensure there is progress as highlighted in the report before the House. And we have given them 3 months time frame to give us a report. Honorable Chairperson, the committee commends the public-private partnership funding that constructed the department's state-of-the-art office building. This building offers renewable energy, water and energy efficiency, and waste management solution, benefiting both users
and environment. Similarly, we welcome the renovations and the maintenance of the National Zoological Garden and the expanded operation at Walter Sisulu Botanical Gardens, which have yielded significant investment in tourism, biodiversity, environmental education, and long-term sustainability and public value. As I conclude, honorable members, it is inspiring to have dedicated and passionate officials at South African Weather Services who have achieved remarkable results despite limited financial resources for infrastructure upgrades. However, we remain deeply concerned that even now, the Weather Services has not fully restored its online services following the recent cybersecurity breach. We urge the department to support South African Weather Services in exploring alternative funding streams to enhance its technological capabilities, to improve weather forecast and monitoring, and strengthen power reliability, security measures, and overall system performance. Once again, Honorable Chair and members, I submit the report for the House to adopt. I thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Greetings to the House Chairperson, fellow members, and South Africans. The Portfolio Committee for Forestry, Fisheries and Environment performs a vital function in the oversight of the department and its entities. South Africa's natural assets are irreplaceable, globally unique, and key to sustainable development and economic growth. In October 2024, the committee visited Mpumalanga and Gauteng to address legacy issues from the sixth administration. The visit ensured continuity in the committee's work and engagement with critical matters. The oversight covered 5 themes: South African national parks, the just energy transition, the department's headquarters at Environment House, the South African Weather Service, and the South African National Biodiversity Institute. The visit to sandparks focused on unresolved land claims in Kruger National Park. When conservation land is subject to a successful claim, stakeholders must negotiate a beneficiation scheme to balance conservation with just compensation for affected communities. While Sandparks has tabled generous offers, some communities, advised by their lawyers, have rejected them. As a result, arbitration has been requested, likely leading to a costly legal battle. This is unfortunate, as an amicable solution should be achievable. The Makuleke concession is often cited as a notable example in Kruger Park, where the displaced community benefits richly from private ecotourism partnerships. We will continue to closely monitor developments on this matter and advocate for a fair and equitable outcome. The committee also inspected recent upgrades to tourism and staff infrastructure. Sandparks faces challenges in modernizing its aging facilities to remain competitive. The committee was particularly impressed by improvements in staff housing, significantly enhancing living conditions. Despite the promising decreases in rhino poaching announced by the Minister just this morning, rhino poaching does remain a significant crisis, with an alarming number of Sandparks staff implicated in this. A visit to the Joint Operations Centre highlighted anti-poaching efforts, but more investment is clearly needed in surveillance, drone technology, rapid responses, legal capacity, and integrity testing. The committee then visited Komati Power Station, where Eskom presented its transition plan and progress report. The repurposing of coal power stations and reskilling of employees are key to the just energy transition. As the first station to undergo this process, Komati provides valuable lessons for future transitions. However, not all displaced jobs have been absorbed, highlighting the need for small business development in these communities. The communities also raised concerns about declining essential services like healthcare, water, and education. Improved communication between Eskom, local government, and communities is critical to prevent further disruptions. Next, the committee visited Environment House in Tshwane, the department's headquarters. This 6-star rated building incorporates energy-efficient, water-saving, and waste-reducing technologies and is funded through a public-private partnership. Though an expensive asset, the committee commends the department for exemplifying environmental responsibility and encourages similar principles in future government projects. At the South African Weather Service, or SAWS, the committee was introduced to forecasting and detection technologies. Given declining government support, SAWS must prioritize revenue generation to sustain its operations. Upgrading and maintaining its detection infrastructure is crucial for long-term performance. Concerns remain over the unresolved supercomputer tender saga, a legacy issue that threatens the ability of the entity to deliver its services. The committee concluded its oversight with a tour of the National Zoological Gardens in Tshwane and the Walter Sisulu National Botanical Gardens in Johannesburg. The South African National Biodiversity Institute showcased its conservation, research, education, and tourism efforts. The entity is undergoing an exciting renewal, improving infrastructure and reimagining its role in the 21st century. In conclusion, the Democratic Alliance supports the adoption of the report and commends Minister George for the significant progress he has achieved in his portfolio in a short time. Thank you.
Thank you. The MK.
Ngibingelele sihlalo ohloniphekile nani malunga endlu ephakeme. Ngimlapha namuhla ukukhuluma egameni lenhlangano enkulu umkhonto wesizwe ekuzoba futhi uhulumeni ozobusa maduzane. Ngonyaka ofile ngenyanga kaMfumfu sathola ukuba sibe nethuba lokuhamba nekomiti elijutshwelwe ukuyobheka ukusebenza kwezinhlaka zikahulumeni. Sahambela ke izifundazwe zaseMpumalanga naseGauteng lapho sathola khona ukuthi sihambele futhi izindawo okungamakomiti noma ama entities ka government esingabala Ocean Park, Kruger National Park, Komati Power Station, kanye nako SARS, South African Weather Services nabanye. Kuzofanele ukuba siqikelele ukuthi sikubalule namuhla ukuthi uma sibheka le report le eyenziwe ikomiti kuyafana ncimishini ukuthi silashwa kamthakathi. Uma sizoyivuma le report kufana nokudla amakhambi akwamthakathi. Kukhona ke abanye sesibazwile bekhuluma la obonayo ukuthi sebeyangqongqoza bazoncetheza ukucela ukuvulelwa ukuthi banikezwe amalamba alihlaza. Uma sibheka ke lapha ya endaweni ngifuna umhlaba wonke wazi kube solubala. Kwa Sun Park izinto azihambi kahle. Kakhulukazi lapha eKruger National Park. Imphakathi eyakhele indawo yaseKruger National Park ayiphathekile kahle ngabaphathi base Sun Park kodwa siyancetheza masila sizofunda ingisi ezinkulu. Abantu bacela ukunikezwa u2.5% kwisabelo samasheya. Kodwa ubuholi baka Sun Park bona bathi bazobanikeza u1%. Thina siwumkhonto sithi umhlaba awubuyele kubantu. Kwenzela ukuthi bezokwazi ukuzenzela abathanda ukuzenzela kona. Awukwazi ukuthi ufika ngumnumzane endaweni bese ufika ukuthi uzongilawulela ukuthi ifa lami ngizolidla kanjani. Uma sibheka endaweni yalapha eKomati Power Station nakhona abantu akuzange kwaba khona ukuphumela olubalo ukuthi kuxoxiswane nomphakathi ukuthi njengoba kuzoyekwa ukusebenza. Naloko kuyekwa kokusebenza unkulumo yangelinye ilanga leyo kufanele sibe sibheke ukuthi kuthiwa akuyekwe amalahle kodwa amalahle ethu ayahamba yosiza abantu bako Europe. Thina la sisala siphelelwa imisebenzi. Abantu abakhele Komati bathi abatshelwanga ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani uma lento iyeke ukusebenza iKomati Power Station nokuthi banikezwe ithuba lokuthi bayikhulumele ukuthi ikuphi okungakwadinga ukuthi kwenzeke ukuthi kusizakale bona njengomphakathi. Ngakho thina njengomkhonto wesizwe sithi ngeke salashwa kwamthakathi noma ngingakhuluma sewuphelile u30 years nihlale niphinda into eyodwa niya for ama oversight kodwa kungabonakali umkhonto awuthathe khona kuzobonakala ukuthi kufanele kwenzakaleni ngiyabonga.
Thank you. The EFF.
House Chair, let me take this opportunity to greet each one of you and thank the President of the Economic Freedom Fighters and the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Malema, for celebrating his birthday this week with the needy. Riri Mushabi, kaba rarame, baronde bashayao, kamwe na balaba nofuno ichakumbukumbu na bone badoko pabo. The EFF supports the budget as tabled by the Portfolio Committee Chair. However, there are few things that would like the department and its entities to attend to as a matter of urgency. It's amazing. How can you reject your own report? It's so weird. During the oversight visit in question, we visited the department's head office in Pretoria, the Green Building, South African Weather Services, Kruger National Parks, Sunbee, National Zoological Garden, the Zoo, and Walter Sisulu Botanical Gardens, as well as Komati Power Station. House Chair, what is happening in Komati Station is shocking to say the least. Instead of engaging on new power generation projects, they are engaging on agricultural projects, which they are not even competent of. Are they trained in agriculture? And what is the rationale for this act? Why not leave that to the relevant department, because there is no value for money in whatever they are doing. The former head of security as per her capacity and expertise, for example, is now the head of agricultural projects where they are plowing mushrooms, potatoes to list few, in a very small scale. The question remains, House Chair, is there value for money? Why not transfer people like those to other sectors where they can add value because of their potential? The South African Weather Services is facing major security challenges, especially concerning its air quality monitoring infrastructures. That is a serious issue. Instead of providing the communities with the air quality reports from all the stations, they can only report on less than 30 stations. More than 100 are not operational because there are no reports generated from those stations. This alone points a failure to secure these assets. Why is the department not prioritizing protection of those stations to ensure reliable data collection? When critical environmental monitoring equipment are stolen or vandalized, it directly impacts on public health. The residents of Mpumalanga around Komati, the residents of Durban South in KZN, House Chair, are suffering from conditions that are caused by polluted air that they are breathing in on daily basis. House Chair, in conclusion, we call upon the department to clean up its house by attending to these concerns or issues that we have just outlined. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP. IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I'm standing here for Honorable Farad Merve, who serves in the Portfolio Committee. The Oversight Report identifies key issues in environmental conservation, infrastructure, energy transition, and stakeholder engagement. The IFP emphasizes the need for sustainable development, equitable benefit sharing, and community participation in decision-making. While recognizing Kruger National Park as a crucial ecological resource, we are troubled by ongoing challenges in benefit sharing with local communities. Land claim disputes between SNPACs and Community Property Association must be resolved urgently. As the IFP, we recommend speeding up land claims, increasing anti-poaching funding, assessing socio-economic impacts before coal station closures, and clearly review community transition benefits. The IFP remains committed to ensuring that environmental management and economic development efforts in South Africa are equitable, sustainable, and community-centered. The IFP accepts the report. Thank you.
Siyathokoza. PA. FF plus Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Although we support the report, we see some very concerning things that arise from this report and many others that were presented today, mainly the failure to manage and plan. In this instance, there is a failure to properly handle the transition to renewable energies. Whether we like it or not, climate change is part of reality, and South Africa cannot be caught lagging behind. The Komati power plant decommissioning could have been a blueprint for the way in which we handle the transition, to bring new skills and beneficiation to our communities while rebuilding our energy system to protect the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the environment that we all rely on. But this opportunity was yet again squandered. The community was left behind in the dust with no clear long-term plan again. This ANC government cannot manage anything. If you put them in charge of sand, if you put them in charge of the desert within 5 years, there would be shortage of sand. This mismanagement has continued under the cover of the GNU, and no attempts at sanitizing PR by our new partners will change that. The incompetence still remains, the corruption still remains, and the carelessness for the dignity of our people still remains. With all of these reports today, we have seen time and time again that all this points to one simple fact: a leopard does not change its spots. We do support the report.
Thank you. ACDP, UDM, Rise, BOSA, ATM, Al-Jama, NCC, PAC, UAT, Good, the ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to support the oversight report of the Portfolio Committee on Fisheries, Forestry and the Environment. As we commemorate Human Rights Month, we remain inspired by the brave men and women who pushed back against the apartheid regime, which sought to divide, segregate, and discriminate the people in this country. It is the ultimate sacrifice of those heroes and heroines that fuels us to lead with diligence and uphold the Constitution of this country, which guarantees the rights of all through the Bill of Rights as enshrined in Chapter 2 of the Constitution. These rights include environmental rights as outlined in Section 24 of the Constitution. Honorable members, it is in this spirit that the ANC embraces the remarkable progress, acknowledges with concern the challenges by the communities that we visited during our oversight. In particular, we note the concerns of communities surrounding the Kruger National Park who feel that benefits do not accrue to them due to dysfunctional community property associations and that they do not derive full value of the benefit sharing arrangement with South African national parks. Equally, we are disheartened by the cries of the community surrounding the Komati Power Station who feel that the decommissioning of the Komati Power Station was abruptly implemented without proper consultation, socio-economic impact studies, a clear plan to transition the facility to a renewable energy plant that does not compromise local socio-economic indicators. Accordingly, we support the committee's resolve to flag critical issues that have been raised during the oversight visit as a going concern and put in place measures for continued solution-driven arrangements. These include the following: having a separate meeting with the CPAs to better understand the state of affairs and propose solutions in relation to their disputes with sand parks. Formally requests the Steve Tshwete local municipality to provide a comprehensive list of services that Eskom has discontinued for the past 10 years, and also get an update on whether Eskom and the Steve Tshwete local municipality have cleared the confusion and resolved the issues of transferred assets and their management plans. We welcome the Komati Power Station's shift from high carbon energy sources to cleaner ones such as solar and wind power. We cannot overemphasize the necessity to achieve an effective climate change response and a long-term just transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient economy and society. The essential pillars of our democracy dispensation include, among others, transparency and inclusion, and these are non-negotiable. Therefore, all stakeholders, including community members, must be kept abreast on new developments, given an opportunity to propose community-driven projects and solutions. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC welcomes the renovations and maintenance at the National Zoological Garden and the Walter Sisulu Botanical Gardens to encourage tourism, biodiversity, conservation, and environmental education. Once again, Chairperson, the ANC supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. MK.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. We don't accept the report and calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 60 seconds. Honorable members, as it was said before in the previous divisions, in accordance with the rules by the Speaker, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. To establish a quorum, I've just received a message from the table that the quorum we do have a quorum. I would request that we confirm that all members are seated here physically present in the chamber, and party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. As we have received the quorum, the question before the Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and Environment on oversight visit to Mpumalanga in Gauteng province from 7 to 11 October 2024 be agreed to. I will now call upon the party whips to give us the numbers present and also say if they vote
Thanks,
for.
Salo.
or-
The ANC with 73 vote in favor.
DA. Can we get a roving mic to Democratic?
Can you confirm? Honorable Chair, can we verify these numbers? We are uncertain if they are indeed factual.
The numbers have been verified already. For the DA.
House Chair, I thought with my luck by the time it gets here it doesn't work anymore, but luckily it does. The DA with 49 members vote in favor.
MK. No, bang it. I had members of the MK.
We repeat, the MK party is not a jukebox. We reject with 27. Thank you.
EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the company that is contracted to give us sound system here must be fired with immediate effect. Honestly, this is an embarrassment to the people of South Africa. We're an arm of the state. We should ordinarily, honestly. House Chair? Yes. I'm saying we're an arm of the state and therefore we can't be led to this embarrassment. House Chair, we are 36 in the House as the EFF who are voting in support of the report.
Thank you, IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. The IFP with 8, we support the report.
PA.
Patriotic Alliance with 7 voting in favor.
With PA, we didn't get the numbers. 7. FF plus. Action SA.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Action SA, 1 vote in favor.
ACTP. UDM. RISE.
Rise, 1 member, we all support.
POSA. ATM. Al-Jama. NCC. PAC. UAT.
UAT, 1 vote, we reject.
Good. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? The voting session is now closed. The results of the division will be out shortly. Maybe while waiting for the results, there was a concern raised by EFF, and this was discussed yesterday in the Chief Whips Forum. So it will be definitely be looked at, because there were many concerns from different political parties about the sound. Even from Tuesday, we've been experiencing the same thing. So we've raised these issues and they are being attended to. Thank you.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's open us with the mic.
The results are as follows. Abstentions 0, noes 28, yes 175. The report is agreed to. I now request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned.